It resonates with me because just recently having that car accident. And
what can you tell us, everyone, what happened? Or do you not feel comfortable?
No, I'm happy to
It's
share.
it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm happy to share. So I was coming back from Las Vegas, Nevada on I-25 almost 2 years ago, and I was driving 80 miles per hour in the far left lane. Am I getting cut? That's even, yeah, talking about. And I saw the truck in front of me swerve out of the way of something, and so I, in my black Mazda sedan, swerved in line with the truck to avoid the obstruction, and my front wheels locked and I spun around 3 times on I-25 and I just crashed into the median. And it was at that time that I had like a out of body experience where like I felt like the sky opened and I just said goodbye to everyone. And I was like, this is it. And I-25 in fucking New Mexico. You never know when it's gonna happen, but there were a couple months prior to that, I got hit on my bike on St. Francis, and that was surreal because I flew up in the air and I was wearing a yoga mat. You know how like you can like wear your yoga mat, and that helped break my fall. But this Mexican man was standing above me, and the sun was like right behind him, speaking Spanish to me, and I was like.
You just you just moved here.
I just moved here.
It was very.
And here's something so crazy. So they were doing the bike path, right? Rail yard bike path, and the archaeologists had to stop excavating because they found a Spanish girl with a decapitated head. Like there was
right under where you.
Yes, girl.
A decapitated what?
A Spanish archaeologist found a Spanish girl and she was missing her head. Right by, that's why it took so long for that bike path, because they have to call an archaeologist, and the archaeologists come in, it's a whole to do here. But that was very surreal hearing that down the line. But yeah, it's crazy to just come to terms with, and when it happens, you just are like, whatever.
Right.
You're like, fuck it. You know, you're like so fine, like with it. You're like, whatever, dude, I'm out.
You didn't really have enough time to go through all those stages. So.
No, not at all. You're like,
right to acceptance stuff. Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, I blew it.
That's all right.
I blew the ending.
No.
so yeah,
No, that's amazing.
yeah, it's real.
I've had that happen, like on a snowy road in Michigan where I lost control. There was a truck, and I just felt like I gotta just let go, completely let go, and my car just went. But yeah, I didn't like freak out.
Yeah.
You didn't freak out?
No.
Yeah, it just was like,
You're completely content.
it's very
You're
odd.
completely okay.
It's very odd.
It's very odd.
I think it's a function of the nervous system, just kind of, you get into that.
Probably.
There's a whole state, a physiological state that allows you to do whatever is necessary to do in that moment.
Probably,
yeah.
It's sort of,
Disassociation.
Yeah. This physiological of it.
it's what happens, I think, when a deer is about to get eaten by a lion, and so your body gets flooded with endorphins so that you don't feel pain.
Mhm.
And it's kind of like this ecstatic state.
Mhm.
And then the lion's jaw, and then they're out. They're blissful when they go.
Yeah.
Otherwise, to me, it's not tender.
I wonder if that's what happens, if that's
That's
part of the
true.
whole process, no matter how you die.
I think
If that's part of the
ways.
process.
People can go out in fear,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
And animals to slaughter, that's like, there's this whole concept about, how you slaughter animals.
Like Temple
Yes.
Grandin.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's not necessarily death, that it's the dying aspect. Like how are you dying? Which way are you going on? If it's painful, I mean, there's horrible ways to die. But death itself, I don't find scary, I think, the dying aspect, like how exactly are you going to be dying? Yeah, right, exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I found out more about denial and isolation.
Is that a prompt?
That is.
Yeah, I mean, I just read this
Do
framework,
you,
so.
do you have anything about denial?
Do I have any? Yeah, I do,
Coming in.
Have you ever been in denial?
for myself in dying, no, not, I mean, because I haven't faced, a diagnosis or anything like that to go through the whole process, but in terms of somebody else dying and accepting it, especially when it's not what we might call a good death, is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it had to do with a suicide in our family.
Really?
And so it was many years ago when it was hard to acknowledge it. So it's sort of denial in terms of, what people would think,
Oh,
things like that, and the isolation of,
who was it? Did you not want to say?
it's okay, it's my brother.
Oh, he passed away.
So
I'm
that was many years ago.
Mhm.
And so, I think that, I was thinking about this today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about it a lot, but it was a different time. So
Mhm.
denial in terms of, we never had a funeral, we didn't, no, it was. So, and we were all isolated because we all had different relationships to him in terms of just by, family and that sort of thing. So, yeah, that's a personal thing, but denial on a broad scale, just in terms of just sort of avoiding the news and,
Yeah.
just hoping to wake up and it'll be over. A lot of what's going on today, I haven't really got too far past that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think about it in terms of micro and macro. He was 29.
Wow.
Wow. And it was interesting because I read this book when I was 14.
Wow.
So it was, I don't know if it necessarily prepared me, but
Wow.
it was just something else. Yeah. I mean, but every family is. there's always something.
Suicide is really, I've lost a lot of people to suicide in my life. It's very hard because you feel guilt. I mean, I felt really guilty when my friend took her life because I felt like I could have done something, which is so conceited and meant in a way, but it's just, this is my way of making sense of it. Like, oh, maybe I could have done something.
Mhm.
But she went.
What
way
would
out.
you have done?
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. But she called me right before she passed away. She was a dancer. And she got involved with this Butoh dancer that she had a relationship with, and he was married, and she just would do anything to be famous. She starved herself to dance with him in Europe, and she left her husband, and she just got way up. She got like deranged, and she was obsessed with this Butoh dancer who was sleeping with, probably all of us. And he was our professor in graduate school, and Sharon was very talented, but she was from this really wealthy family in Florida. Her parents were diamond dealers, and she was an artist, and she wanted to be seen, and he saw her, but he also sexualized her. And she lost her she just followed him, and she killed herself. And I had I've never said this, and there's a lawsuit, so I can't believe I'm saying this, but I had an experience with him, but I wasn't as vulnerable as she was. And so I felt like I should have done something to stop her from thinking that this older man who was 30 years older than her was interesting enough to follow around the world. Because we were just young, we just wanted to be artists, we just wanted opportunities to dance and to be seen. It still haunts me, to this day, that I just wish I could have said like Sharon, but she was in her own, we're all in our own dream.
Well, that's the denial. That's denial.
Totally.
Yeah. But I think that's why as a adult and now that I have a child, I feel like all we have is influence. All we have are the decisions we make and the way we live our lives. And we can help people by just living a good life, whatever that means. Not that there's one way to live a good life, but I am comfortable now being in a group and saying, no, absolutely not. And the older I get, the more I feel like into that, especially for young women. Because I think back about being a young woman and all of the shit and how lucky and special I felt. And it was intense manipulation. And so that was unfortunate. Suicide is really, I still feel guilty about Sharon's death, you know, and then her parents sued the guy and tried to bring him to trial, and he didn't come from Japan. And so they charged him with the crime because it was proven that there was some psychological manipulation. But I never felt to contact her parents or to say, oh, this had happened to me, or because I felt like, what is that going to do? You know, her father wanted vengeance, but her father was also part of the reason why she was attracted to this guy. So it was so complicated.
Interesting.
But she was like your age. She was like 34. And she was really, really talented, but yeah, anyway. Suicide's tough.
Wanting to know about anything else
Oh, yeah.
on a daily basis?
Can I say those questions?
Yeah, I think, denying a sense of what brings us joy and happiness, like where do we find, I think, denial? We sometimes bring it around like death and this negativity, but like, where are we denying ourselves just of simple joys or just simple accomplishments? Almost getting into like self-sabotage world of like, where are we like denying giving ourselves the nourishment that we need or the love that we need, and especially during this time. I think about the Indian god Vishnu, the destroyer, and how right now everything is just feeling very destruction, but there's a God around that. And with destruction, there comes rebuilding. When I was looking at the cards, I was looking like the tower, how everything's kind of falling to pieces, but there is, I think, promise in this. I think we have to really remain positive and help each other to keep that positivity and to not deny ourselves of reaching out to one another and that nourishment that we need.
Do you want to take a look at them?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see. Because I did, put this together and then. Connor!
That's me.
Let's see what he has to say. Something about like the way he speaks.
The president of Ukraine was perfect. He said, nothing else matters. And what he said was perfect. And he analyzed it, every line, every paragraph. It was not complex, it was perfect. Nothing else matters. With that being said, every one of those people cancel themselves out. So what they do is they go all over Washington. Let's find 10 people that hate President Trump the most, and let's put him up there. Now, in some cases, they really turned out to be very much honest and fair, but in no cases have I been hurt. In no cases that I've seen have I been hurt.
This is a very good portrayal of denial.
Well, they shouldn't be having public hearings. This is hoax. This is just like the Russian witch hunt. This is just a continuation. When you look at the lawyer for the whistleblower, I thought it ended when they found out that the lawyer was so compromised, and the lawyer's a bad guy. So you look at that, I thought that was the end of it. Now this is just a continuation of the hoax. It's a disgraceful thing. In the meantime, we've got the best markets we've ever had, stock markets. We have the best unemployment numbers we've ever had. So we do it, but unfortunately people don't want to.
It's so fascinating is to yell, but in the way that he communicates is by standing in front of a helicopter to yell to
Oh, that is interesting.
he's constantly, there's obstruction happening all the time and he's trying to communicate to distract. Just how he just yells and denies.
That's actually really interesting because that's a really good sort of like theatrical device to have all that noise behind him. I never thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
The way that
Yes.
it's like really intense.
Yes.
So it gets you really like,
Yes. Yes, it's a tactic.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Richard, do you have something to say?
Yeah, as always. But also, it's he has the power of the military in that, and that sound, I believe it was the sound of war. It's like a
Yes.
leader, a Hitler-esque type of person who's got this constant,
Yes.
in your mind, it's the next thing is gunshots, next thing is bombing, next thing,
Right.
the helicopter
That's
represents
so
that.
interesting.
And drones are quieter, but the helicopter scares the hell out of people in wartime.
So I wonder
That's so
if that's
true.
something that was decided, that he had decided for himself, the means of communication is going to be standing in front of a helicopter, or if that's something that's just impulse for him to do.
I think
He feels more comfortable. You think they think about it? They're like,
Well, I watched he and Melania walk across the lawn the other day, and it was literally like right, left, right,
oh, interesting.
left, right. They were totally in sync, every step. And I knew that they
Well,
were
she's
holding
Italian,
hands, and it was like they went, okay, go. I think so. You couldn't be in show business that long and not have picked up the choreography of
Well said.
breath and of walking and physicality. I mean, even when he walked, he was like,
Yeah.
But do you remember the movie Wag the Dog?
oh yeah,
And
it
this
was
just seems
so
like
good.
such a production. I mean, the whole thing is such a production. Even Vice or whatever, what was it? About Cheney.
Yeah, but it's.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so
DP,
good.
whatever.
Yeah.
They sort of showed that all those background directing of like these moments. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And the other thing I want to say, there's an acronym that I've heard for denial. It's not an exact acronym, but doesn't even know it's a lie, even though the K should be an N, the D.
That's
and
cool.
It's a lie, and perfect case of, I mean, I don't even think he knows he's lying through his ass. He buys the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker.
And television is true, is understanding of technology and where the camera angles are.
Totally.
And so he's working that to the worst of our ability, best of his ability.
Sure.
It's like before we went into Iraq for no reason, basically, well, a lot of reasons for oil, et cetera. But Saddam Hussein kept pulling down the statue again and again.
right.
So it's propaganda, you see it so many times, and he sells, and like he says so many lies so many times, that people start to think those lies are the truth. He's repeated it enough times, people start believing what he's saying. He controls a lot of the press.
I always just see him as in the school year. I know you are, but what am I? Whatever you say to him. I know you are, but what am I? I am, but what am I? That's what
Yeah,
I
that's
was
pretty
thinking about
good.
him.
TV.
I know you are, but what am I? Yeah.
Well, I mean, even the Republicans right now seem like spoiler to me. It's like, okay, we were all at the Ellsworth Gallery from 2 to 4, and we had one beer, and everybody's like, yeah, that's our story. We're it's so
I feel
obvious.
sorry for them.
It's so obvious. They like look at each other.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder how much they're just getting paid, like, and who are the people working behind the scenes cutting the checks for them, or like being able to work, maybe not literal checks, but bribes or, favors or what have you, working behind the scenes that we don't even know. I mean, there's gotta be something in it for them,
Yeah, it's called a career in Congress,
Yeah.
which didn't used to be the same thing it does now. I mean, I don't know when people started monetizing. I mean, it's always been, but now the monetization of politics is through the roof. The books, the deals,
Because the best place to put a lie is right in front of people. So they put it right in front of you, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's
right,
an oligarchy, basically.
right.
Right.
Your generation's stepping into my generation, it's watched it for a while. Everybody kind of did okay with middle income, and now we have 60%, 70% of people who are a paycheck away from losing everything. Then we're in a very desperate situation.
even though they all have jobs. They're.
Yeah, two or three jobs, yeah.
Well, that's.
Yeah, I wonder if the multiple jobs count as multiple.
That's true.
Talk to me.
Do you have anything for anger, check for anger, or we?
I was glad Don's doing a long thing on Don's, and then it goes on to Bertram Russell, which is really good, but we'll do it for bargaining.
So,
Why don't you read something about anger?
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about anger. I'm still learning to be in touch with my anger.
Okay, so let's go to,
You are?
We all are.
I don't know.
anger.
It's hard. I mean, it's like anger. I don't know.
Polarity.
Well, basically, when she talks about it, I mean, I can read the first, well, she starts each chapter with a quotation. We read the world wrong. We read the world wrong and say that it deceives us. Tagore from Stray Birds. I'm not quite sure what that was.
Tagore.
Tagore, sorry.
I think he's an Indian poet, right?
If our first reaction to catastrophic news is no, it's not true. No, it cannot involve me. This has to give way to a new reaction when it finally dawns on us. Oh yes, it is me and it was not a mistake. Fortunately or unfortunately, very few patients are able to maintain a make-believe world in which they are healthy and well until they die. When the first stage of denial cannot be maintained any longer, it is replaced by feelings of anger, rage, envy, and resentment. The logical next question becomes, why me? So start blaming everyone else. They're wrong, the doctors are wrong. You don't deserve it. What did I do?
It's interesting to explore how in Commedia dell'arte we explore the four kind of basic emotions, and exploring anger within with a mask on, you're able to kind of engage with the emotions and how it seeps all the way into your toes and your fingertips, and how do you feel anger, and really sit with that emotion. And I think a lot of us end up expelling it out and putting it on someone, putting it on the doctor, but really sitting with anger in our body and saying, you know, I'm feeling this. And what ways, I guess I would open it up, what ways do we try and release that anger in positive ways rather than yelling or being abusive or drinking? What would be positive releases of anger? Because it's a real, it's a real emotion. I always say that when exploring it, you can't put it on someone and say, I'm angry, this is your fault. You really have to sit with it, and you really have to deal with it, and then communicate to whoever it is that you perhaps are angry with or at in a logical way. Yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
When you're in the heat of it, though, I mean, I think that sometimes this is, we all know, if we react quickly or try to calm our system down, it's basically in the second week. And so, as I told a person just to get out because I couldn't deal with it, but I didn't have the maturity or have a degree in psychology or crap, but still, when you're there, you're there. So you need to go in the other room or
Yes.
breathe yourself back to some kind of normalcy.
Yes.
But to do that too quickly, as far as in a relationship or something, it takes, it's kind of not real in a certain sense. You have to get back to some normalcy.
Sure.
Because if there's something else going to get triggered on top of that, and that's how anger amplifies, correct?
Yes. Yes. And all these emotions are transforming. They say what's under anger is sadness. And so how in Commedia you can end up, feeling that anger, exploring that anger within your body, within your voice, feeling it in your toes, feeling it in your fingers, really being comfortable with it, and then pushing it to transform into what, you may be feeling, which is sadness. And once you're in a sad place, that can transform as well. So knowing that these emotions are very transformative allows us to feel unstuck with it. That what people say, I'm just an angry person, or I'm easily triggered, or I feel like that's a stuck state. And how do you transform out of that?
Yeah, because there's momentary anger, and then there's underlying anger. And sometimes, with momentary anger, you kind of can feel and understand. But I think there's also underlying anger that sometimes we're not even aware that we feel it. So the next way to resolve that is to maybe learn how to recognize it, or because you hear these, sometimes you just say he's an angry person or she's an angry person, and it's like the state of being.
Right.
And I don't have the answer for that, but it's hard to solve that one. Should we have a story?
I got a really weird impulse. I was gonna ask everyone if you wanted to join me in doing a scream. I know it's kind of weird, but I wondered if we could count to 4 and then do like a scream together.
Okay.
Because I need, even talking about anger,
Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel it. Yeah, no.
so you can count.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a Thank you.
Yeah, but you've been talking about, you feel it. You feel like,
So,
yeah.
one time I yelled at my ex-husband, who can be really scary, and I yelled.
Whoa.
And he was like, holy shit. He goes, please don't ever do that.
Oh my God, I learned a lot about you just now, Martha.
That was funny.
This didn't yell that much, I have to say. I don't want to say anything, I don't want
Me?
to say it.
Because I started choking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, I was sitting, no,
Oh.
I have a dry throat, because I was very much into it.
Okay.
And I don't yell that often, so it's actually, it's even scarier when I yell or I get mad, because I don't get mad that often. So.
I don't think I've ever seen you really mad.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
cranky, but there have been occasions where every once in a while, then it's scarier.
Yeah.
Versus people who just communicate that way. That's just how they do it.
So where can we find natural releases of when we're feeling anger? I know mine is going to a bar, but that's not healthy. But like, what are ways? Can we brainstorm? Like when we are feeling it,
Good sex with someone who's not abusive.
great. What else?
Kicking the
Good
dog.
sex.
Kicking the dog.
Kicking the dog.
Oh.
What about taking the dog for a walk though?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Taking,
That's a good
walking the dog, walking it out.
Walking the dog.
Oh.
Richard, you seem like you need a question.
Yes, it's question time.
Oh, the Empress, of course.
Hey, chopped liver over here, what up?
Hey,
Oh, you were picking a card, I see.
oh,
No way.
Richard?
the
Okay,
Empress.
Richard, what do you have?
This is my, Yogi Bhajan, my teacher, said the last incarnation, the highest incarnation is a woman.
Well, that's obvious.
The Empress, this is where I pray to.
The Empress. You pray to the Empress. And if you, the audience, if you want to pass, that's fine too, or not.
Oh.
But not you though. Go carry on.
Well, this is just for fun, so to speak, so this is Earth.
What's your question? Read.
Oh, it's a question. I have a
Read.
question.
What does it
Look
say
at
on
it in
the
the
back?
back.
It's just this, go fuck yourself. Do you like it here? Oh, am I supposed to answer this one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You mean, I like it immediately here, like where I am right now
Nicole?
with everybody?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And do I like Earth, planet Earth? Yes, it's an excellent planet.
As
And,
opposed to, or as compared
oh,
to.
Neptune's very,
Neptune's
that's
cold.
great. But Mars is too hot. That's what's great. So, yeah, it's a great joy to be here.
Where's here?
Here is, well, firstly, I'm Taurian, so that's why the Empress is such a good card, because this is the Earth. So it's not so much out of the cosmos, it's, when you're on Earth, be here on Earth, be barefoot on Earth, go in the woods, like you say, take a walk in the woods and woods and woods and woods. So by that ocean or in its high mountains, so be with the elements. Yeah, I mean, for this incomplete life, this is a great place to be.
Elena, what do you have?
Oh, I have, are you disengaged?
I can answer that for you.
Let me tell you. I've been disengaged and it never happened.
What?
I
Interesting.
just move on.
Interesting.
And I'm good at it.
That's right.
How do you disengage?
No, I go into my work, I exercise, play piano, and just get it out of my head.
That's
Get busy on something productive.
Do you know when you have to disengage? Are you like, this is now, I should disengage now and play piano, and
I can disengage.
you can disengage?
So the big key is knowing, recognizing what's
Right,
going on and knowing,
right,
having the discipline to just say, I'm gonna go do something else.
That's right.
or-
yeah, take care of yourself.
Well, it's hard for this world now because we look at disengaging at getting on social media. I know I do this.
Oh, no.
And so what happens is it's a portal back into the same
Yeah.
bullshit. So how do you disengage in a way where you're gonna go off and paint, you're gonna go for a walk, or you're gonna
Not have a TV.
Right. Choices.
choice it? How do you make those appropriate choices?
Yeah.
And it's so hard, and I definitely feel the challenge of what is happening in our society right now, where you feel like you're like left out of something. Everything is breaking news, and so you have this like need to get the information as quickly as possible. And what soundbite are you gonna ingest right now? And there's a point of it where it's like, fuck it.
Mhm.
But that's scary too, because you want to be engaged on some level with people to recognize that we're
You
in
have a
this.
choice.
Right.
What you're
And I feel
going to
guilty if
She's
I
wise.
disengage from that, I don't watch the news.
Yeah.
I feel like I should be doing something,
Yeah,
I'm guilty, I'm avoiding things, and I should be more activist. Hello.
Hi,
Hi,
Kay.
welcome.
How are you?
Good. So.
Pull a chair.
What's your name?
What's your name?
Me?
Yes.
How about him?
I just want to know.
We know Connor. Connor.
We're still mad at Connor.
No, we-
Skipping him. No, we're kidding.
What is your name?
Connor, we're joking. I know that, right?
I'm Paul White.
Hi, Paul.
What is your card sign?
What's your mantra?
Do you mind sharing?
My mantra of late is stop thinking.
And how do you do that?
Just stop.
Stop thinking.
I think too much.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost like a disease or something like that.
Where's your left hand? Where's your left hand?
Good card.
Where's your right hand?
Stop thinking.
It's a good way.
Yeah.
That's
Just stop.
disengage.
Disengage. Yes.
It's really tough though. It's very tough to
It
do
is.
that. And you have to do it to, you need to do it to survive, but at the same time,
Hi, welcome.
do we have a responsibility to, if we see, like they say in some ways, if you see something, say something.
Right.
But that's different because
That
you choose what you're going to disengage from.
Right.
I mean, if I see someone beating you up, I hit them over the head.
Right.
That's different.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but, yes, but
It's like in Buddhism, they call it the monkey mind. The monkey mind is always going and the monkey mind is always commenting. And so you're not in the experience that you're in, which I think is more of what you were saying. I could be wrong.
Yep, no, that's right. You got it.
But that doesn't mean that you don't know. Like I met a woman in the locker room the other day. The coolest women in Santa Fe are these older women that do the water aerobics at El Gancho. They're amazing. And they're all wise and interesting. And I said, oh, I notice everything. And I said, I got to stop that. And this old woman said, or you can just notice and not do anything. Right, like one could notice and not like drive themselves insane by noticing.
Yeah. They call that attaching to wisdoms, you know, they say attaching to the thoughts. The thoughts are like clouds. It's so
Right.
important. You look back 10 minutes later, the clouds are gone.
Right,
But when we're born to when we pass over, we're thinking, the mind, say, you might as well make your mind your friend.
right, that's true.
And so we have the capacity of attaching to something or not attaching to it. When you attach to the thought, it gets more and more and multiplies and multiplies. And the thought just wants you to pay attention to it, perhaps. If you,
Right,
or maybe it doesn't, I don't know, but the point is we have that capacity not to attach to it.
totally.
Hi, welcome. Anna, what's on the back of your card? What does the tarot say? Turn it around.
Welcome to Strange Bedfellows. What? What is
The
that?
hermit.
The hermit.
Oh, cool, that's perfect.
Okay, Connor, what's your card?
When do you feel sad?
Do you feel comfortable share?
Yeah, I feel like going off what we've been talking about, when I don't have like a creative project going or in the works, and I'm kind of disengaging from that into like meaningless things, like sitting on Twitter for an hour, like.
Twitter's the enemy, dude.
Oh, I'm like fully addicted.
It's went from cigarettes to Twitter. Like those.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I feel like it's not always something that's super conscious, but in the long term, if I like want something like that, I find myself like not getting enough out of like the things I'm doing day to day, which just eventually leads to
What are ways that you try to get out of being sad?
I don't know, drinking.
Well, I'll see you at the bar later.
I like that.
I don't know, socializing.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, it's like picking up a book and trying to read, or like those are like more lasting effects, but aren't as like immediate.
Right,
You know,
right.
kind of depends.
Yeah,
Depends what I can do in that moment too.
right.
Where I am. If I'm alone.
It's just being with people. I think there's this balance of being disengaged, and then when do we decide to disengage, and then when's it really important to be around other people and not necessarily even have a conversation other than just being in a room like this with all of you guys. That can really change your mood.
Right.
It can. I mean, I came by last night just for 5 or 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and I had such a feeling of, it was so nice, the woman that was speaking was so comforting.
Yeah.
And it just changed I wasn't in a bad mood, but it just kind of opened my eyes a little bit and made me feel a lot better. I really enjoyed it, so I could stay longer, but even those few minutes.
We're here to supply therapy. Who else has a card? You have a card. A card.
Are you fatigued?
Did you see the back of that tarot? The Ten of Swords.
That's interesting though, but my comment about that is sort of ties into what we were talking about earlier, which is, this is for you.
Thank you.
Like when you follow the monkey mind thing, it's
Yeah,
exhausting.
right.
So, kind of disengaging and sort of surrendering to the moment instead of like resisting all the stuff that's coming up and having following all the commentary.
Mhm.
That's, I guess, would be how it kind of ties into what we were talking about.
So how do you deal when you're fatigued? What do you do? Like a question with Connor, what do you do when you're feeling fatigued? How do we replenish ourselves being fatigued?
I meditate.
Drinking, meditate.
Breathing is a good first, and then, I don't know, it depends on what my resources are at the moment.
Okay, next one.
Time's up.
Time's up, next one. What's
The next stage, do you have anything,
Oh, I
do you wanna
do.
go with the framework of the stages?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
Okay.
the next one?
The third stage is bargaining.
So let's recap. We are, Audrey, do you want to explain what exactly our framework is for
No,
this sit-in? Great.
I just have this. I have this really interesting. Do you guys know who Bertrand Russell is?
So we're going
He's
through the
so
5
great.
stages.
Yeah, let's watch this. I mean, this just puts you on a different frequency. This is so fun. It's kind of good the projector didn't work. It's kind of fun to show it this way,
Right.
but let's see if this.
Thank you, Colin.
see, we've gone through a stage of feeling angry with you.
No, we.
It
Gratitude.
all turned around.
was born in 1872.
I was born in 1870.
My parents died when I was still in England. And so I was brought up by my grandparents. Can you tell us something about your grandpa? Yes, I can tell you something about my grandfather. He was born in the early years of the French Revolution. He was a member of Parliament while Napoleon was still on the throne. In common with all the Whig followers of Fox, he thought English hostility to Napoleon was excessive, and he visited Napoleon in Elba. It was he who introduced the Reform Bill in 1832, which started England on the road toward democracy. He was Prime Minister during the Mexican War, during the revolutions of 1848. I remember him quite well, but as you can see, he belonged to an age that now seems rather remote. And the world where I was young was a solid world, a world where all kinds of things that have now disappeared were thought to be going to last forever, dawn on people's brains. English people certainly regarded English naval supremacy as a sort of law of nature. Britannia ruled the waves, it didn't occur to us at that point. Even with Bismarck? Bismarck was regarded as a rascal, and was thought.
He's just like on a different, I thought he was a good
What stage are we at?
What
stage is it?
bargaining?
bargaining.
I see.
Bargaining.
I see.
Do you want to read? I like it when you read.
About bargaining.
Yeah, that actually was, that's been the most troublesome one for me. Because, I was really trying to find a good example in my life. I don't know, I don't know if I do that much.
No.
Not in a, it's not because I don't have to, I just usually, I'm probably too stubborn, which is not always good.
Right.
That's what I mean. Okay, so third stage, bargaining. The woodcutter's axe begged for its handle from the tree gave it. Again, Tagore. That's how we pronounce Tagore?
Tagore.
Tagore.
Richard?
Tagore, okay. This is like a different one each time. Tagore. I should have looked that one, but anyway, I can Google it.
Richard Russell was propagandizing, by the way, in the English, God bless, I mean, come on, again. 1947 was the partition from India and Pakistan. They left a terrible mess. So, God bless. Go on, sorry.
The third stage, the stage of bargaining, is less well known but equally helpful to the patient, though only for brief periods of time. If we have been unable to face the sad facts in the first period and have been angry at people and God in the second phase, maybe we can succeed in entering into some sort of an agreement which may postpone the inevitable happening. If God has decided to take us from this earth and he did not respond to my angry pleas, he may be more favorable if I ask nicely. We are all familiar with this reaction when we observe our children first demanding, then asking for a favor. That's another tactic.
I'm a total bargainer. I used to do all kinds of crazy shit, in the 90s. Sleep with someone, it was the height of the AIDS crisis. Things wouldn't be perfect, and then I bargained with God. You'd have to go get the AIDS test, and you'd go through the whole process. At least I would. I promise that I will never, ever, ever do this again. If I live through this, God, please, I don't know. And I wasn't raised Catholic. I'm part Jewish. But I was raised Episcopalian, which is like, whatever. But I bargained. When I was pregnant with my son, I was concerned he was going to have Down syndrome. So I would bargain. I'd say, if he is going to have Down syndrome, I will be the head of the Down Syndrome Society of the United States. And I would go through the whole thing where I would be like practicing, this is my child, So I relate to this stage. I think it's a very histrionic stage, bargaining. Does anybody else do that? Okay, good. I mean, it's like you either have that in you, that sort of like, I'm such a bargainer. Or even like in fights, I rehearse like leaving and the whole, that whole bargaining character. And then I'm always but inside it's.
What happens when you find out you don't get your bargain, like when you, unfortunately, your son didn't have Down syndrome, you didn't become head of the Down syndrome society, and you feel like, oh, I really wasn't meant to do that. There's a question on that.
Well, what's really interesting is that it's all anticipatory. It's all anxiety. I realized it's the same thing that happens when I say, okay, Saturday we're going to come here, we're going to do this, and you create this huge thing. And then you get there and it's like, oh, hey. Or you're like, oh, I have an interview at Apple. And you're like, Apple, God, it must be amazing there. And then you get there and people are like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? And like, oh, I hate the one, And that's just life. And I've never found a situation so far where after that bargaining or that dream or all that hysterics, when I've gotten there, it's been anything but what it was. So yeah, I guess in that way, we can't predict what's going to happen. There's some saying about this which says, I have suffered many thoughts, but I've known very few, or something. Does anybody know that saying? It's like an idiom. Yeah.
Look it up.
No.
It's interesting. Yeah.
I have a question. If you had to pinpoint this, what part of you is Jewish?
Oh my God. My mind.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my mind. And I'd say my heart too. My mind and my heart, yeah.
Your liver?
No, I think my liver's very, very Protestant because I like to drink. Just don't usually drink. I've discovered drinking in my 40s and it's great.
So you're a bad Protestant.
Yeah, probably.
Good.
Yeah. That's a cool question though. I like that.
I
Are you
like that
Jewish?
No,
If you were, what part of you do you think would be Jewish?
you really want that one. I guess you can all figure it out.
Okay. Wow. Interesting.
I want to touch base on bargaining because it does feel childlike. Were you really relating something with it being a childlike impulse that we that will make up this whole plan without any logic, without like it's not logical because you can't predict the future. I think as we get older, expectations, right? Just kind of you realize not to, or what's the quote? Make God laugh when you tell him that you're making plan, that you're what your plan is, right? And I think we kind of adapt that as we get older, but it's very childlike. And if we maintain that, It feels, again, like stuck.
Thanks, Catherine.
I'm here for you, Audrey. I got you, boo. But it's interesting because I did that recently. We do it. I think it's a natural impulse to do it with health. Oh, I'll stop doing this and I'll stop doing this, but just get my health back.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get your health back, and you're like, fuck it. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I was just gonna say that we made this bargain and then, I can't remember what I was gonna say. And then it comes true, and then, like, I made a bargain once and I kept my promise on the other end. I said, if this happens, I'll never do this, and I never did.
Yeah.
I still keep it.
Good for you.
Can you share what it is?
I was in a really bad accident and tore up my face and people couldn't look at me. And I said, well, okay, if my face heals, I promise I'll never complain about it again. And I kept the promise. So it did heal. It was pretty awful. People get nauseous when they came in. It was really, I slid across an intersection on my face.
Oh my gosh.
So it was just torn up.
How did it happen?
I was on my bicycle and I flew over the front and slid across because the car cut me off. So I almost. But I think sometimes we make the bargains because we don't have control of it. I mean, I didn't really have control over what was going to happen. So I made a bargain, it's sort of a desperate measure. Well, I can't really do anything about it, so I just have to make this bargain. There was no guarantee it would come true. Sometimes you don't want it to come true, like your bargain.
Religion is kind of a setup for bargaining, if you think about it. I mean, it's very, if you grew up in any religious background, it's like, if you do this, or you repent, or if you live this way, then this won't, it's sort of the ultimate. When you were saying that, I thought about that.
And there's a saying that the military, not the military, but the fact, there's no atheists in foxholes. So if you're a young soldier, they get religion real quick, apparently. If you're not asking for your mom, you're asking for the second most powerful, God. So that's so circumstance, dangerous life circumstances will, as you're pointing about religion, there's no real atheism. I believe if it's just down to it, where it's a life and death situation.
And you don't have any control.
When you reach your higher source pretty quickly, I think that's the nature of human beings.
I went with a photographer who was photographing the rodeo, and I went into the back, where the guys get on the poles, and you could see these kids getting down and praying, because they're going to get on this big, enormous pole.
Really? They pray?
They get on the ground and they pray before they get on it, because it's crazy what they're doing, right?
Yeah, it's wild.
Yes.
I always think of Robert Johnson at the Crossroads with
Oh,
Barney.
yeah.
There's something about that.
What did he do?
So, apparently the story at the Crossroads, he sold his soul to the devil. He was a guitarist, but he wasn't much of a guitarist, and he went away for about, I'm not sure the exact time, a year or so, 6 months to a year, and he came back and he could play the guitar on his business.
Yeah.
And he was doing his technique nobody had seen before.
Right.
And so, that came from, I'm sure there's other stories, but selling your soul to the devil. You bargain with the devil. I also think bargaining too is being in the unknown too. You don't know what you're going to encounter. I think part of bargaining is giving part of your spirit. Like you give stuff away.
Good point.
With the unknown, you just don't you don't know what's gonna transpire in the bargaining.
You have a card, right? Or did you put it away?
Me?
Yeah.
I do have a card.
Do you mind telling us your name and?
My name is Sally.
Hi, Sally.
Hi. How's everybody doing?
Good, how are you?
My card says, what gives you strength?
Oh.
Do you want to answer it?
Well, I've been thinking about what gives me strength, and my answer was really going to be, I just have absolutely no idea. But then I kept thinking about it and thinking something needs to give me strength. So what exactly is it? And I came up with my ideals give me strength. I think it's my ideals that give me strength.
Can you share some of your ideals to give me strength?
You Seriously, right? Yeah. Yeah, we should all have a discussion about our ideals.
Yeah.
In a room full of people that have none, that would probably be the best. We could share with them what that actually means. Fairness, generosity, ethics, that kind of thing.
What our political climate is not right now.
Yeah.
Or I think we're trying. I think there's the scales are.
Do you?
I hope. Well, I was saying earlier how Vishnu is the god of destruction.
Okay.
And so to see that there's like destruction and war, there's a God for that on some level, for a reason.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are reacting to, when there's unrest or instability. But I think there also is a growth on the other side.
Absolutely.
Hopefulness is not necessarily one of my strengths, but that sounded very hopeful. So that's a good
I mean,
one.
sometimes you do see some people go out of their way when there's so much instability.
Yes, that's
Go
true.
out of their way to be kind or, so, I believe. both.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think it comes down to what Anne Frank said, that, and I'm holding true to this in this really difficult time, that people, it's going to come down to the human condition of us really wanting to help each other. And I think it's in our natural humanistic instinct sorry, there is someone walking. I think we all need to turn focus to this person that is going to be walking.
This is our.
We know them.
This is a foreshadow of coming events. Our next person is great.
Yeah,
we're
Oh, wonderful. For real, interesting. That we naturally want to help each other, that it's in our common DNA that if we see someone struggling or to reach out our hand and to help them. And that's the Anne Frank, that people are naturally good at heart. And I like to stay true to that for a little bit of hope that we, when looking at people and seeing people, that that's in us somewhere.
I think it's appropriate to interject at this time, since we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the John and Yoko dead-in, and they were here in pursuit of peace and exploring what it is we can do within ourselves to kind of shift it. And here we are 50 years later having essentially the same conversation. And I wrote one of the things that was put up on the wall here, we can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. It still kind of, it speaks to your point about, ethics and ideals. And I really just want to acknowledge everybody here for being here and even being part of this conversation, which is something that's very necessary. And it's not the conversation that's happening necessarily in our day-to-day lives. So this was one of the reasons that we put this together, was to just have a moment and a break from all of the kvetching and, we had a little primal scream here earlier. You may not have been here, but it was very cathartic. And as this has been sort of a slow burning catharsis, so I think that it's great that you're having this discussion and guiding it this way. Thank you. She's back.
You look like you're full circle from Far East to Southwest. Hang on, girl, I gotta take a picture. So what is the next?
I recommend that everyone stands up and goes into this gallery for a minute. It's just really nice. Especially with our conversation, if you want to. It's just really, there's no one in here. And after having this conversation, it's very cool. I like it.
Okay.
It's very cool.
Who else has a card? Who else pulled a card? What's your card? Thank you.
Oh, you're going that way?
What does your card say? Yes.
Let's see. What are you guilty of?
Oh my God.
Oh.
Dangling person. Well, I got in trouble for that. Recently.
What's the tarot on the back?
Judgment.
Okay.
Which this card is all about judgment, isn't it? I don't really am not the type of person that dwells in guilt. Even though I was raised in that.
You've let that go.
Well, I just feel like it's complicated enough without feeling guilty.
At least, I really feel that.
Yeah,
So,
I'm trying to think what I would be guilty of. I think I'm guilty of feeling like I can fix, I can fix it. And sometimes it being broken, just being okay with that constant need to want it better, to improve it, to get it to where I want it to be. And I think just to be able just to let it go.
Makes you feel guilty,
Yeah, because I
like you're not doing it?
yeah, like I could be, it could be better. I could do this, I could do that. And it's like this constant out here rather than just being here.
Yeah, I understand that. I feel like we could be doing more, or should be doing something.
Yes.
Then it does, and it's a conscious moment where I think I'm not gonna be able to do everything.
Right.
So I will just do as much as I can.
Right.
And a lot of times people don't know. I mean, if you have this picture in your mind of perfection,
Right.
they don't clue.
Right.
So they typically happen.
Right. Right. It's our own psychosis of, yeah.
There's always more to do, and yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
A lot of times. So I start thinking, well, maybe I have to deal with that and just adjust. I do believe that it's how we process things.
Okay.
That's something that we can try. I don't know, control's not the right word, but I mean, it is and it isn't.
Yeah.
When there are things that are going on around us, it's up to us to how we process it, and if we're going to suffer, or if we, just recognize, either we don't want to just. But I feel those peanuts. Yeah, I just have peanuts. There you go. So it's how you process these things, because sometimes you can't change externals.
Right.
So, or the same script every year from the family, or whatever it is. It's, or accepting somebody as they are, or not accepting them. But it's how you process it and what you put back out there. So.
Is anyone else guilty of something that they want to share?
it's a matter of perspective. You can see the same thing in two different sides. So, for example, I have a friend who's tired. Really? So I don't know what's wrong with him. I'm always sleeping. I think I'm depressed. Then I read an article, and this woman says sleeping a lot is transformational. So what if you look at it as a positive thing, that you're going through something and it's helping you? It's all about it's the same thing. It's just a different perspective.
Yes, that was awesome, because the next stage is depression.
All right, that was a nice, and the timer, interesting.
But one thing I really loved about my ex-husband is he used to say, because he lived his whole life as an artist, whether he was like eating or sleeping or whatever, he'd say, if you need to sleep, then sleep. If you're sick, be sick. And I really learned that from him, and I wasn't sick as much, and I wasn't as tired, because he would just be like, give into it. It was great.
Exactly, because my friend feels guilty
Same.
about being tired.
Yeah.
And guilty that he sleeps.
Yeah.
But he doesn't need to feel guilty about it. He probably just needs to sleep.
He needs to sleep.
Right, and most people at the moment, doesn't need to be forever lasting.
Right.
Plus, it's exhausting to fight it. To resist it, which is what I was saying about my card. I'm like, are you tired? Oh, yeah, when I'm resisting everything that's coming at me, yeah, it's exhausting.
I have a quick thing, going back to ideals. I think in this I culture, we're talking about America basically in many ways.
Yes.
Because you live in a foreign country for a couple of years, you live in a Buddhist country, it's we and us, and we're I and me, we're taught I and me early on. iPhone, iPad,
I never know that. Interesting,
I thought about ideals. I thought about ideals. Taking the words apart. Ideals.
That's right.
And so we have this mirror kind of all the time. And this phone is also in your.
Did you get that, Sally?
I did.
That was interesting,
I
huh?
did.
Bye.
Especially since
Bye.
marketing was the
Bye.
subject
And
before.
participating. Thank you.
Yeah, so we can make changes. Again, it's Western culture, it's America in many ways, it's very different in many countries. Like, when I lived in Cambodia for a couple of years. I did, yeah, and I was in a weed culture. And so people would be sitting around like this, and if I was sitting over here, they would take my chair and move it over. If I went to the restaurant on my own, they would come over, because they were so uncomfortable that I'd be eating by myself. They'd pull my chair over to the table.
Don't you love that?
Go to Chinese
Don't you
restaurants
love that?
in America, yeah. You have a table on the round tables, we went as 4 or 5 or 6 in a family. And there was big tables with 17 people around. I mean, if grandma had a thing on her hair, breathing oxygen, she was there, with oxygen. It was
Right.
everybody was there. And that's, we've become isolated here.
Oh, you're on a roll, man.
This is forever changed for me. Now I'm going to dissect words to see if
Like insanity?
How about therapists? Yeah, what's happening?
the rapist.
Oh dear.
We should do.
Therapist is a rapist. Let's go, kids. We're in depression now.
Okay.
A bunch of peanuts.
Next stage. Next stage is depression.
Can people have
Of course, yeah.
What makes us depressed? What makes you depressed? Oh, why don't you read a portion of the depression?
About depression.
When I have
Okay.
this on, it helps me listen, that's why.
The world rushes on over the strings of the lingering heart, making the music of sadness. When the terminally ill patient can no longer deny his illness, when he is forced to undergo more surgery or hospitalization, when he begins to have more symptoms or becomes weaker and thinner, he cannot smile it off anymore. His numbness or stoicism, his anger and rage will soon be replaced with a sense of great loss. This loss may have many facets. A woman with a breast cancer may react to the loss of her figure. A woman with a cancer of the uterus may feel that she is no longer a woman. Our opera singer responded to the required surgery of her face and the removal of her teeth with shock, dismay, and the deepest depression. But this is only one of the many losses that such a patient has to endure.
Who's depressed?
Let me get out of that one.
Who isn't depressed?
I'm not depressed.
I'm not depressed either. I have a very hard time with depressed people. I have a lot of judgment around depression. I know it's like a real thing, but like where I'm from, it's like if you're depressed, you're gonna die in the winter, so you have to get out and shovel. No, I don't see it like that was so funny, but it's true.
I'm sorry.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
here's, you know what? That type of weather, I think it builds character.
It does.
Right?
You're from Chicago.
Yeah.
And it's like
I'm depressed.
I don't
I don't
trust
know if-
anybody who says they're not depressed. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's part of being a human being.
I don't know, depressed is different, there's sad, there's like a full range of emotion, but depressed feels like you're stuck.
Self-indulgent.
Yeah, but don't we all get stuck at times?
At times,
I mean,
but it's not a
depressed-
state of
depression-
being, in my state of being, if I could be anywhere for that state a long period of time, I think I would choose not to get stuck there. I mean, we can all get, a little bit wavering, but for me, and it is a real thing. I don't mean to diminish it in any way.
Oh, I
But it's
diminish it all
it's
the
a
time.
real thing, but I think it's.
I try to get
I can
depressed
encourage
when I get
you.
bored. It's like within an hour, I'm like, I'm gonna stay in bed today, I'm gonna be depressed. And then about an hour later, it's like, okay, I gotta do some time.
So you try to be depressed to give yourself like,
A break.
it's okay?
Yeah.
Give yourself approval.
No, to give myself a break from, not happy, but, just.
That's a temporal depression though.
That's right, that's not,
A
that's
real-
not.
a real
state.
depression.
Yeah.
No, that's just.
If you haven't been in a real depression, if you haven't been in a real depression, you don't know what the word means.
Yeah, I think we go through phases of it, but you have to look at how to, your family and friends and people that help you out of it. I was in a pretty bad accident and it was really dark for a while. And here I am completely removed from my family and friends and the desert, and
I
fucking desert over here, dying in the States. But you know, you really you have to ask for help and know when you need help, and I think that that comes from support of family and friends.
I have two friends who are dying, and one of them put up a song on Facebook, "No Hard Feelings." But she doesn't feel that way, because she's really gonna die soon.
Oh, man.
So she's put up the song in the hopes that she could feel. She said, "I'm not there. I can't have no hard feeling." And I just wonder what a person could even say to her at this point. You know, people are like, "Oh, we send you love," or "Keep fighting." Well, she can't keep fighting. It's over. It's like she's at the end game. So what does a person say to somebody at that point? That's not exactly depression, but it's another
Like
thing that
despair.
she can't communicate. So she will also.
But I think it's a good point. There's a difference between despair and depression. I mean,
I think despair, she's probably in despair. I don't know what to say.
I don't know, I'm not a psychologist.
You're a psychologist.
What do you think, Todd?
Yeah, come on.
He's a depression specialist.
Give it up.
What should I say to this friend who's,
I don't think,
there's
I mean,
nothing to say?
yeah, exactly. If you don't have anything to say, don't say it. I mean, your presence is probably strong enough.
That's
Yeah.
I can talk further about it in a second,
Great.
because I yak a lot, and it's your show, but it'll be very short.
Please.
Okay, the statement I said before.
We.
That you really can't speak about what depression is unless you've been through depression.
Have you?
Yes, 3.5 years. And I was the last person that I would expect to be depressed, and the last person other people would expect to be depressed. It took 4.5 years to get out of it. You know what I got out of it? Nothing, number one. But number two is I can recognize it in other people. That's what it is. And there is no way of getting out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
You?
Yeah, and the last person people think would be, I had houses, I had cars, I had all the money in the world, I had everything you could think of. But what I did was I had a couple of restaurants in Seattle, and I had business partners. We became a national chain when I was out before. But it was like somebody when I sold the restaurants, it was like a celebrity, and it kind of ended. It's like somebody unplugging from that socket over there. You get unplugged, and then all of a sudden you're depressed, and depressed is the right word, depressed. Because sorry, I have to do this. So you're operating like 2.5 inches under your head, under here. That's where you're operating. You're really easy to cry. You're faking it in the world. You sleep a lot. You don't sleep at all. And so if a person says to you, I've been through, they would have to say clinical. I've really been through depression. And if you haven't been through it, then you don't really understand how powerful it is and how almost impossible it is to get out.
That's true.
And so it faded away. So they say, oh, do double packs. So, I mean, what was that? With Prozac and all this stuff. And some people, friends of mine tried that stuff and they're still on it. I never did that, so I gutted it out. Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing. And then it slowly drifted away, but it's real. It's really rough.
And that was kind of an external thing that happened, and I've seen that.
Triggered it, yes. That's
Where
right.
your identity changes or something. I mean, I was really depressed when my mother died. I was sad, whatever, but I was seriously depressed. My father was. He was suffering. It was probably the worst time in my life, and it's very vivid. And so it was that clinical depression. I don't know, but I was depressed. It was hard. It was super hard. And I've had depression on and off in my life, and I understand the thought that sometimes I think, like you said, if you have to shovel, if you have to survive, you don't have time for that. Or a not nice term for it is navel gazing. It's like enough already. Just but I think there is clinical depression, and there's but I do think about that sometimes. Our time that we're very focused on ourselves. And there was another time when it's almost like a luxury. I mean, you really couldn't do it. You just had to survive.
Well, we have all this everything. This world, it's just so amazing right now, and I feel like everyone is so sad. You know, like there's so much, like you can get Wi-Fi on airplanes and you can like, you know, there's, I mean, we're in this
It's ironic.
crazy era and we're all, you know, I do think that there is this, you know, that woman left that, like, there's a sense of like hopelessness of like, you know, with what's going on with our political climate and is this world just gonna be taken over by garbage, you know, like, I know every single time I throw something out or get rid of something or take out the garbage, I just think about the planet. I just think about how we're gonna be taken over for landfills and that depresses me. That makes me sad. Just knowing that we are just such a trash world now. I think back in the day, you know, things were made out of steel and, you know, now everything is so quick to throw out, just get a new one, you know, like back in the day, your mom would take that shirt and make, you know, pants out of it. And now it's like, you can get 5 shirts to you for, you know, $3, you know.
You can change that in yourself, or you can behave, again, it's
Yes.
like you're saying, all it takes is, all you can do is
Yeah,
not be responsible for yourself, or, I mean, if that bothers you, you can
yes,
start thinking that, practice that every day.
yes,
That's true.
yes.
And,
There was a book that was called Affluenza.
Yeah.
Remember that? I think it's so interesting because the depression gets often connected more to affluent sectors than, I mean, you're the depression expert, but I know that I've lived in. Somebody just identified with it. But I'm just saying that, you know, I've been to places that very, 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 what we would consider poor countries where the population is way happier. And, you know, we're in Cambodia, a place where people are inclusive, you know, it's the isolation and the stuffness that we live with, the affluenza that we have, I think that contributes to our isolation and feeling of sadness and chronic depression.
Some of your stars commit suicide, you love the star, then next thing they're gone, and, you know, I used to drink coffee with Chris Cornell. And
Oh, I love him.
9 o'clock. Yeah, he's a great guy, and then you turn around, he's gone. So you don't really know what their person is in a way. So we're supposed to treat people kinder and nicer. But after depression, you grab life more. You get through something. We all know.
Yeah.
You have more lust for
So once you come out of it, everything's more vivid.
Yeah, more
Do you
vivid,
find that
yes,
more
more vivid, the sun,
vivid,
the
and
grass.
it's like after a migraine or something, and I do.
Yeah.
And you have to, I believe, for me, I have to make a conscious effort every day. And to really, because of what we're kind of trained to want more, to want this, to want that, I get great pleasure out of, my mother did too, feeding the birds.
Oh, that's nice.
I get great pleasure out of it. I can sit there and watch, if I start my day that way, I've really been trying to make a conscious effort of how I'm going to start my day. And if I open up the Apple News feed and the first thing is the political thing, I thought, that's not a good way to start my day.
No.
And so, you know, I try and, it's a conscious effort to, you know, how I want to live. And it's the simplest thing. It's just opening your eyes. And we're lucky if we're able to do that. We're lucky if we're able to be able to recognize it. I've seen people in my life that read every self-help book that comes out, and I just look at them and I think they are never going to get it. And I hope that I'm wrong, but it's just, it's a conscious effort. And I don't, it doesn't work all the time, but, you know.
Connor, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, a while back, but I think.
We're here for you, it's okay.
Some of it still relates, when you were talking about, like, why we feel sad, that we're on the internet, we should be connected. But I think the reason the internet makes us sad is because we finally are realizing our impact. I don't think we just became a bad species or a bad.
Wow.
I think we're just learning more about what we've been doing for hundreds of years.
Right.
And we just have the internet now to tell us, so we just have a guilty conscience.
Huh.
That's a good point.
That is.
We're more aware.
Well, it's just shoved in our faces. It's like, if you're choosing to go online and read the news, you can't be, it's hard to be like, wow, I feel good about myself. or I feel good about humans.
Because there's so much data, there's so much information.
Exactly, it's just so much, our brains have never been used to just like being pounded with so much information.
Oh, definitely the stimuli.
Yeah.
And I have a real problem with that.
Yes.
It's really hard for me, just because I'm so distractible.
Yeah, it just creates,
It's really,
I think it just creates existential questions in a lot of people, which often get nowhere.
Yeah.
But it's, we have to sort of be warriors, I mean, and really choosing very, very, with a lot of deliberation about what's the incoming. I've edited my social media feed so that, I mean, in a way, it's a feedback loop because I'm only seeing stuff that reflects back to me the way I want the world to be, but I'm very creative about it too. So I'm sort of solution oriented, and even though solutions might have the unintended consequences for the next generation, whatever, for me, creativity is the only way I navigate through the world, and seeing all the amazing and innovative and creative solutions that people are coming up with. And I bombard, like feeding the birds, I sort of bombard myself with creativity. That's why I'm in the arts. That's why we're doing this. It's because I wanted an antidote to all the stuff that one can easily tune into. And it actually takes effort to tune it out.
Yeah.
Without being ignorant of what's going on.
I know that's the troublesome part, is finding that balance to being informed, but then also not, the barrage.
Playing the piano, huh? Playing the piano, painting.
It's hard to accept that we live in this world of polarity, and it takes years to finally say, surrender to this fact, because we're this kind of optimistic culture too. It's different than Eastern cultures. This is, Shiva and Vishnu, all this, thousands of years of figuring out if there's peace here, if there's war here, if there's mountains, there's sand, if there's sea, there's mountains, if there's rain, there's male and the female. Everywhere we look around, we have polarity. Night and day, and so we're on this, and to have some kind of acceptance to that's the way the world is the toughest thing.
Well, sometimes not all the polarity deals with negativity. I mean, like for example, male female, that's not a positive negative.
But it depends sometimes.
Well, there's some positive and negative aspects to that too. But I think that it just again, one of the quote that we used for the wall there is be the art you want to see in the world, or be the change you want to see in the world. Choosing what you want, choosing what you want.
But it ain't
instead of what you don't want. No, it's fluid. It's totally fluid.
That's one of the words out there, singular.
When you say that, it reminds me because I was depressed in high school. That's probably why I went to depression, because it's just the worst. But that's when I found Buddhism. And that whole idea that all life was suffering is what got me out of depression. Because I was like, oh my God, there's a philosophy, there's a container for this experience I'm having. Like they say, live with a broken heart. It's having that awareness that all life is suffering and allowing that to be, and not needing to change it or to make it bad or to make it good, which goes back to polarity. I mean, the West is very into polarity. The West is very into binary, male, female, good, bad. I mean, all that shit takes so many years, I think, to untie, right?
Yes.
Like the Navajo had 7 genders. Yes. I mean, but I remember that as a kid being like, all life is suffering, like I can do this. I can find, and it's really been the thing that has helped me through life is trying to live that way, like knowing that the suffering is there and that maybe how can I be a benefit? That's like the question. How can I be a benefit? The rest, I've kind of let, I don't know, does that?
It's wonderful, it's what you're doing here, very really, this is love, so love is what you're in this interrelationship and this community and this beauty that happens here is what John and Yoko were saying too, is love is going to heal the world. So with all that, with all the polarity, it still gets down, what is it? It's an ocean of wisdom, it's an ocean of love. And that's what you're providing this.
What were you going to say, Ted?
It's like joyful participation in the sorrows of the world. Isn't that another Buddhist?
Yeah.
And I think that's so cool because there's an element of
Will
joy.
you say that again?
Joyful participation in the sorrows of the world. So what I love about that is the joyful part.
It's so
Because,
true.
you know, the suffering
Exactly.
is optional. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
it's, suffering maybe is inevitable.
Sometimes something's forced upon somebody.
What were you gonna say?
It may be off subject now, but it goes back to something that we said. I read this book before 1990 called Into the Heart, about this anthropologist, young anthropologist who goes to this Amazon tribe, and he's part of this tribe. And so they marry him to this young woman who's never worn clothes, doesn't have a language that we understand, puts flowers in her ears, and he takes her out and takes her to New York. Because he can't leave her there because in the culture you would want to marry can't live alone. So he takes her away. She gets to New York, and she said she thought that we were the loneliest people on earth because we didn't have to try. And she said when she heard sirens at night, she thought that was the sound of people crying.
Oh,
And there's loneliness because she came from this tribal community, and suddenly she's thrown into this other lifestyle. And she went back eventually to her tribe.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to read that book.
It's, it's dated, but it's.
It doesn't matter.
interesting.
Into
It's
the-
anthropologists, it's really wrong for anthropologists to marry.
Right, like it's a little crazy. Yeah.
It happened. And then I read a follow-up recently where her son goes back to meet her. Because he stayed with the father and she left him and went back to her tribe and hated her. Because he didn't want to be this tribal, he didn't want to be this native from the Amazon, because he resented her because she left. So he goes back to meet her. But, she was sad because he didn't stay, because he didn't fit in there either. It's all about where you fit in the world.
It's like we've been, I was recently reading Bruce Ryan's book, Civilized to Death. We've just been so, we're over civilized that we're not able to tap into, I think, our innate human structure of being with people and relying on a tribe or a community. I think that's why people look to religion or, go into their own little communities to find that.
I think it's hard for people to ask for help now.
And it's hard to find, especially, there's a lot of even stigma around religion. A lot of people, I say, if that is a way that you can feel it, that you can reach out to someone and say, I'm feeling sad or I'm feeling happy, I want to share this with you. It doesn't, matter where you go, you can go into any community, and finding that community.
It's interesting too, because we're living in a community that was once mostly native, and talk about a displaced culture. I mean, there is a tribe, a literal tribe, and I mean, the last show that we had, Chaz's show, was basically a lot of it was about the just to be native in this country, just sort of a cast off, and there was that wonderful fabric, and even when it exists, how it gets just torn apart.
It's funny that you brought that up because apparently the Drury across the street, everybody remembers it as the hospital. But apparently it was a big site in the Pueblo Revolt. And before it was built, apparently like the diocese or the Catholic, somehow they put something there that was this whole area right through here with the church. But during the Pueblo Revolt, this was important native land. And if you go into the Drury and you go down into the basement, it's extremely intense. It was the morgue of the hospital, but I could literally walk 3 steps down that hallway. It's so fucking intense psychically. And it's like what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just like the levels of genocide and cultural just displacement and where we are. It's right here was a big site. Somebody told me, a Tewa woman told me that she never comes to the, what is it called that they do every year with the conquistadores?
And the Entrada?
The Entrada, she was like, my ancestors were hung from the Pueblo. They were brought down here and hung all around the plaza. So, what?
Synseptic. It was not bloodless.
It was blood.
Yeah, and that's why they didn't have it last year, by the way. I believe. I think they had a lot of young people finally said enough is enough. Tell the truth. Truth telling time, isn't it?
Right, it
That's
is
what we're
truth
doing
telling
here.
time. It's accepting of the truth.
Well,
Here we go.
Okay, so here
Final
are
stage.
the 5th stage of acceptance. I have got my leave, bidding farewell, my brothers. I bow to you all and take my departure. Here I give back the keys of my door, and I give up all claims to my house. I only ask for the last kind words from you. We were neighbors for long, but I received more than I could give. Now the day has dawned, and the lamp that lit my dark corner is out. A summons has come, and I'm ready for my journey.
It's interesting, you could hear that as an end, or you could hear that as a beginning,
Right.
or the way I just heard it. I heard beginning in that. It's like this surrender every moment, every morning is to surrender the shit that happened yesterday and just start again.
What comes up for you?
I just cry all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're meant to everywhere.
It's really interesting that we were just talking about Pueblo people being hung, and it's just really, that's a really surreal how much trauma has affected a lot of us, and how do we heal from trauma. So I think that we can pass through the next life, not and come back. I mean, I guess it's whether or not you believe it's ghost, or, you know, to really, how do you have that acceptance of yourself so that your soul, you know, has peace? I don't know.
I think it's Buddhist, I think probably saying that it was never really your soul anyway. I mean, it was really God's soul coming down, having this experience and going back.
That's true. Interesting.
And
Yeah.
so we have a tendency, especially in this culture, to
I
and we are. We're here right now. I mean, this is all real. This is real life. These are real people. This is real experience.
This is real.
I remember when my mom died, a friend, while meeting, just from childhood, I guess, one of the parents, or, you know, just somebody in the community said, "Oh, that's so wonderful that your mom's having a cocktail with my Bruce right now." And I was like, not if she has anything to say about it. Eternity, or, you know, to me, it's just like something you can't even perceive. And the thought of continuing on, what, I mean, I guess there are a lot of good things that we could continue, but I just would always crack up when I hear these things. I'm like, no.
Right, like she's now with our Father in heaven.
Right. No, I think I like to believe that there's, you know, we're transmuted, or, you know, that our senses, we just can't, that there's just a different plane, something completely different. And, but the idea that we're going to continue on with these relationships, with these scripts and everything for eternity, just,
That's called hell.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Every time you
know.
go to sleep, you surrender. Because you've left it, but everybody else is in control of the world, and you're asleep, so it's like, you're strong. So, don't think about that till you get back, because you're like, oh my God. But, one time I died when I was 19, and I came back, I had to go to sleep. It was so scary, because I thought I'd go to sleep and I wouldn't wake up again, right? So then I realized.
How do you know?
Well, maybe that's all I'm not because I'm not really alive. There's always that possibility that this is all a dream. But I don't want to seem to like it, but I like it.
I also think like heaven is the thought of heaven is so toxic, because I think it's what justifies like these conservative Republicans to do whatever they want on this planet, because they think they're going to a better world.
Interesting.
But
So they don't
nothing here
care.
matters because
It doesn't matter, because
Right.
doomsday is supposed to happen anyway.
Right.
Eventually.
Oh, it's, you know, the rapture. I was thinking
Yeah,
the rapture. I was
exactly.
talking enough of the rapture, because I'll just be, you know. I've been hanging on to my books, all my things for when the internet goes away and the rapture comes and, yeah, I got my peanuts and my books.
There's definitely, it's so true,
Yeah.
there's no accountability for
Right.
this, because it's like, well, in the afterlife, it will be perfect.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
creepy.
it's not just the. And I just learned this recently, I'm very ignorant, and I apologize if this offends anybody, but I just learned that in Mormon, it's one of Latter-day Saints or Mormons or something where you get your own planet.
Yeah, they go to their own planet. Mormons go to their own planet. Mormons.
You're getting sold. Like
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
different kingdoms, they're different kingdoms.
I don't want to be our planet.
Right? Yeah, you get your own world, your own kingdom.
Yeah.
My father's also had family, they're all moving to.
Oh, yeah, this is the Mormon accent.
The magic underwear.
Well, I mean, that's a weird thing, when you're sealed for eternity.
And what's a
I mean, that
magic
freaks-
underwear?
Who has magic underwear on? I don't. I'm 1 year old, just taking a survey,
I know somebody who does.
has magic underwear.
Well, no, what do they call you when you get bumped out of the Mormons? There's
Excommunicated.
no, well, I mean, that's what it's called in the Catholic Church, but in the Mormons, there's a term for the people who've been sort of banished, who didn't accept the underwear.
Yeah.
Like, and they don't get the fancy pants.
Fancy pants.
The fancy.
Yeah, it's, what's the word?
There's a term, they're called like, it's not like snowflake, but it's something akin to.
Very random.
That'd be funny.
No, it's something else. What do
You
they
were
call it?
talking about, one of you were saying something about how, like, what is it that we have to learn to prevent from coming back and feeling all this, or what we were, like, acceptance, full acceptance, when are you ready, how do you, it always makes me think of Oprah. She asked that question to people, what is the lesson that took you the longest to learn? And
Oprah. Leave it to Oprah.
well, it's actually a really good question.
Yeah.
And wow, look at those children. They're so black and white in those outfits. But I would say the lesson it took me the longest to learn was to accept love. And now that I'm with Todd, and he tried to hang out with me 20 years ago, and I was like, and it's hard. I mean, it's not like every day I feel inspired by our relationship. But the fact that at moments we accepted love from each other and really known love, that I would say if I died tomorrow, I would be okay. I would miss my son. But that is the lesson in my life that's taken the longest to learn, is to really accept love. Because we talk about how love is this and love heals all, but I don't know about you, I run from love like a motherfucker. I can think of a million reasons, a million things I'd rather do than be loved. It's very hard. I think it's the hardest to really love and be loved. That's a tough one. But I do feel some acceptance and peace of my own death based on the fact that I feel I did. I loved this person and he loved me, and I don't know why that gives me such peace, but it does. Everybody's yeah.
No, it's profound. It's profound what you were saying.
I don't have a kid, but I relate.
Yeah, but my love that made me feel acceptance wasn't for my son, it was for Todd. It wasn't being able to accept being a mother, it was actually being able to accept love from a man. A man, just a good guy, just somebody who really just wanted to love me and show up and see me for who I am, and that was the biggest. And it seemed so small. It seemed so like you should have got that, in first grade. But for me, it's taken me 41 years to be okay, I can handle this. I had to put it all together because we were friends. That was okay to be friends. I liked him. That was okay to like him. But then there was sex, and there was you get to know me. I mean, it took me, it was like riding a bike. It took me so long That was the hardest. That was just the hardest. Oh. So thank you for showing up, and, you know, we're lucky. We're lucky. Yeah. But I feel that for you too, and for you, and for you, and for you, and you, and now you.
Receiving is one of those moments in me. I mean, like, I had to go to an emergency room the other night. And,
Yeah.
And Barry went with me. That's the first time I've ever been attended during a crisis in
Wow.
my life.
Wow.
And that was hard.
So you know.
It was really hard. Yeah, but I'm still, I woke up the next morning because it ended up being nothing. And so then I felt like totally humiliated and embarrassed that I dragged somebody through some stupid, whatever. And just dealing with that, I just accepting the fact that maybe he didn't feel like it was as big a pain in the ass as I feel, just, I was
So
still,
you
I'm
feel
still
like
like,
to be there.
yeah, maybe.
I know it's big. It is big, Richard. Whew.
Big.
I think for me,
Still
accepting, I think when I first moved here, I had these like ideals of like what I was gonna do with my life and like my career and like the industry, and the car accident happened, and I'm like, I'm totally just content with just the simple things, finding simple joys rather than what this identity is. Like, having this identity of who I am and how I'm gonna be in this world. And now it's like, I'm just completely content being, or not completely content. I mean, this is a fucking journey. But, really being okay with just even my simple relationships that I have now in life, and trying to chase this idea of who I want to be rather than just being here.
It does change your perception.
Definitely does.
It's weird you missed Catherine telling she was in a really bad bicycle accident and then in a car accident. But you came in like later, and that was crazy. It was like, did we say something or no? It was interesting. Yeah, it was surreal. Didn't you feel that?
Yes, it was your story resonated with me very much.
I think
It's really weird.
I saw this up as vulnerability. And it's sort of like what Elizabeth Kubler-Ross sort of addresses in the end. And I don't think she used that word in her 10 stages, but acceptance occurs for me like vulnerability and Brene Brown. I know that it's a term that gets tossed around a lot right now, but I think you kind of get to a certain stage of life and maybe a certain stage in the grieving process where you just acknowledge or accept your vulnerability. And once you can learn how to do that gracefully, you get to, joyfully participate in the sorrows of the world and do what you need to do.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
What else is people accepted?
Full circle.
Full circle, right here.
I want to say something too, because it came up today, and I think it's interesting that you are the architect of this performance piece. This is really, Lily's performance. We're just mere players. But Diane was over and taught about one of Diane's paintings, and it's so beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Diane was like, she was like, just like as another woman artist, she was like, yeah, this is like Lily's thing, and she created this container, and she created this performance series, and it's great, and Lily did this. And so I just wanted to say thank you, because it's really cool. And watching it, like I haven't been able to come down here, but I watched some live streams. And I hope that you think it's been successful. I think it's really cool.
thank you. And Barry gets credit too, for sure. And obviously his gallery. Thank you for saying that. It has been amazing. It's been absolutely wonderful to hold the space for the whatever to show up. And it's shown up in 36 different episodes with over 100 and something participants, not including the people who walked in off the street and who would just talk about a live performance and talk about rolling with it. It's been extraordinary. Extraordinary. And since I don't have babies, this is like my little baby. It's one of my babies. I just let it in the world.
Well, thank you.
I wrote this to me. I I don't know who wrote this. Klein Sweetie, it was a reinventive idea, well cast and at times revolutionary in content. You and Barry should be delighted in the outcome. You invited community participation and exploration of diverse fields of artistry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you all.
There's something though ironic in speaking one's truth, like everybody's done here, and being very present, and a performance in a performance space. I think a lot of people think perhaps in order to speak your truth, you have to perform.
Very interesting, and we have had even the contrast of people who are, it's something about the bed begs authenticity. I know it's like a truth chair. And yeah, we had, I'm not gonna say where it was in it because then it would reveal. But anyway, we've had some really compelling, really authentic performances. And we've had, sharings, I guess you would call it, because they weren't performances. They just, like, they were happening in real time. And then we have had, we've had a few kind of performers you can't really feel the difference between when somebody's showing up and it's happening in that moment and when it was just when they've put up a smoke screen. And interestingly enough, when we conceived this, we had all these masks for people to put on so that they could feel safer showing up, and we also had the stanchion here so that people could feel the safety of the distance of the observer. And almost unanimously, when you say, Connor, every single, except for one performance where it was sort of designed to be that way, everybody has invited people into the bedroom, and in most cases, onto the bed. And so it's just, I don't know how many of you all had, parent time with dogs and whatever, and I didn't with my parents, but my grandmother used to have a breakfast tray and the poodles and it was like it was magic time. You could crawl up in that time where you could crawl up and kind of get the real thing. Because nobody was doing the real thing in my world. I mean, it was, you showed up, you were in costume, whether it was tennis or a ball gown, and you were in costume and you were in role, and there was no authenticity ever anywhere. And so that was like one of those rare moments where you kind of got a sense that maybe there was somebody behind the curtain, like Oz was just some guy from Kansas.
So disappointing.
Or not. Sometimes the guy from Kansas is like way cooler than Oz.
Well, talk more about the guy from Kansas.
We have that because we grew up so differently. We have that. That's so true. And I was just with this big tech entrepreneur, and he was really interesting, but he was socially awkward, but he's created this big company. And I was like, "Where are you from?" And he was like, "Alaska." And I was like, I knew it. I knew it, because that's the irony of life, What does Greg Brown say? If you don't get it, you're going to go looking.
Yeah, you don't get it at home.
If you don't get it at home, you're going to go looking. It's
Yeah.
a very good song.
Oh, interesting.
But we all kind of admire the things we didn't get, right? Or the lives that we could have led. That's another problem with the internet, I think, is it feeds those fantasies, at least for me. Like, my son goes to, private school, whatever, and everybody goes on vacation as a group, and they take these photographs of each other, and it's like, and I'm always like, what is it like to be, because I'm not a group activity person unless it's artists or like spiritual people. I've never done like a collegiate, hey, should we go to Club Med this year? Like, hey, I always wondered, what is that like, take those snapshots and be like, should we play tennis, or do you want to eat for drinks?
Totally.
I'm just so enamored by that.
Right.
And so I sort of look at some of these people on social media, and it kind of, creates this bigger fantasy of whatever it is, but it's just a fantasy.
And it's maybe even a fantasy to them.
Yeah,
during the
exactly.
photo it's real, but then once they're not taking the photo, it's not that.
Right, but the absence of the new visual culture being so dominant with the absence of words and sound and context, there's just these images.
Right.
It's really interesting. In some ways, it's kind of harkening back to the 1950s when everything was when women gave birth in ball gowns and emerged beautifully. I mean, it's just fascinating. But I like what you said about the internet. You know, they have internet scholars now.
Yeah, I know someone who's,
So cool.
well, maybe this is not what you're thinking, but I know someone who's studying memes.
Yeah, exactly.
At school.
Excuse me.
But I think it's for the wrong. Yeah.
Was
What
it
does
like
that even entail?
social anthropology, you mean? Like-
I guess it is kind of that, because like the concept of a meme has always happened when something just, you can't describe what it means, but when you see it, you understand it. You know, that's really just the definition of a meme.
Oh,
And, yeah, like meme pre-existed before the internet.
can I hire you?
That's all I know about that. So.
Interesting. So wait, say that again. Me.
We're all like,
Meme is a concept, and it's just like what we think of it now, like Instagram or whatever, it's just a representation of it. The meme in definition is just something that everyone collectively just understands, but can't necessarily explain.
Huh.
So with a meme, it's like an image, you see it and you laugh, but it's like, you can't like explain a meme.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah, that we're all in.
Cultural,
It's exactly.
cultural agreement.
Exactly, so that's what a meme.
no wonder I hate them.
You know what, I tell you what really misses, when the photographs about 2 years in a row was were in it, everybody, every culture, they're all jumping in here at the same time, remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Anywhere in the world,
Those are
Alaska,
fun.
Cambodia, wherever.
Yeah.
Everybody, okay, jump again, okay, jump again, got it.
Yeah.
Isn't it
Yeah.
cute, like the beach and the
Yeah.
in the air?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of silly, maybe
Yeah.
memeish thing.
Yeah,
Is that a memeish thing, kind of, or not?
maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm not an expert.
Oh, yeah.
Or to go to graduate school.
But people,
I think it's a feeling of absolute joy, like you see, because if
Yes.
you've been a participant of that,
Yeah.
and it's like this group activity where everyone's like trying to find this agreement, and there's
yes,
like comedy in trying to find that agreement, and so you can look at that image and relate back to your experience of what it, you know,
Right.
or say like, oh, that, you know,
But if you break it down, it's just stupid.
right,
Like, it
Yeah.
has a meaning.
yeah,
but people are hungry for community. I mean,
Yeah.
that seems to be a
Yeah.
fact. I mean, they know it in their subconscious and their conscious. They know that living alone, elders, everybody else, people we need to be a we in us society, not an I and me society. And you're trained as I and me in this capitalistic society, not,
Right.
not with a lot of social influence. There was, and now that's sort of all gone. So now we're separate together at the bottom against the 1%, or sliding even more. Anyway, not too optimistic there, but that will also bring in.
that's great.
But that has to be in the community.
Yeah.
You have to
Yes.
create a community. I mean, if people
That's another lesson of this whole exercise, is the hunger for community.
and hunger for food and hunger for everything. I mean, there's a hunger for community and also hunger to have the basic needs met. And that you see that in Southeast Asian countries. It's like they're not expecting a lot to happen. The tremendous going to be at the top tier. But I go back to that. A woman has a child in Cambodia or Vietnam. The mother's there, the woman, the girl, the young woman, the mother, the grandmother. It's like,
That's so
lady comes, just bam, bam. So somebody's out of work. They still live together. They still eat together every night. You don't see people out on the street. You really don't. And we say, oh, they're poor countries, but they're rich in
Just
culture.
running 5 minutes late.
Okay, is he just gonna walk in?
Do you guys want to turn the lights on?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because, right, okay.
Audrey.
So this-
I didn't know how much.
Hi, Kate.
So Simon's.
Sorry,
I don't
James.
know how much you like,
I have
it's not
for
here, it's all of us who's performing.
Should we take it to the
I think it's probably fair for Mommy's stories.
Well, that's
Make sure it's an invitation for people to come in. You guys, that was
Thank you
fantastic.
very much. Thank
Thank
you.
you, that was so fun.
Thank you. One of the most successful in terms of incorporating, and, you know, like,
Yes, I will say.
organized things. And yours was great.
It's funny because
There's
I
so
want to
many
be
people coming in at different
I
times.
literally,
So this was really.
when I go home, I just want to leave.
Well, just because he's gonna be hungry, we could just go to, where do we like?
Oh, yes, thanks. That
The
was
living
great.
room?
Yeah.
It's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You know my partner Todd? This is Kay. I know Kay from.
Richard. And then you're a Julie or just, yeah, hi, Katie. Thank you so much for.
Thanks, Richard, that was fun. Really awesome.
No, you're nice.
New Mexico.
Yeah, I get it.
I can
I get it. Oh,
I can use the wash. Where is it? Look.
Basically,
Andy,
I scared Tom. The one time I
that was
yelled at Tom.
amazing.
Look at this.
That was so much fun.
It was fun. It was fun.
Hey, Tom, nice to see you again. We met a long time ago.
When did we want? Nice to see you again.
It was so,
Thanks for being here.
it was fabulous.
Do you guys know each other?
Well, we met a long time ago at Jeff Luttrell's shop. When I first moved here.
And you went to your sister went to the same school as her, and we always think it's Liz.
Now.
Because the three of you all grew up within like a block of each other.
Right.
Right.
So I went to Lemon. Yeah.
She went to.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's your sister.
Yeah.
You were the best.
Liz always says that she went to town.
Liz went to town.
My sister, my sister.
We went to town to spend some.
Liz went to Omaha.
It was fabulous.
That was fun. Thank you very much. It was great. Thanks, Liz.
You had my utmost respect. I hope you never get a screen like that.
Liz, I should just go around the country and do these.
You should hear Frank.
It's like very therapeutic.
You know, so Liesl, do you know Liesl Dennis?
Yes, we know.
She's all hot on this. She is.
It was the biggest game I ever heard in my life.
So she was talking, she wrote this Eric Sings or Tyler.
She was shot like this, really hard. I was like,
Happening
back and forth.
Like during the summer.
You asked me, but
She
she
said.
said.
Anyway, so she's now all into like helping reenact happening. So I think this is happening.
Yes, totally, exactly, totally.
Alright. I remember there was the opening.
Yes.
She gets tea for Trev.
My mother,
Yeah.
she woke up with she'd always say this is parts not. It's just kind of a,
Thank you.
Yes. Why some words need to go away.
Really?
Well, I know Barry would love to have it, well, here's the thing, so if you don't take it tonight, then we have it set up until December 6th.
Fine.
But if you're cool with that, then we'd love to have it, because it's wonderful. Your first one.
You can help me.
For some reason.
No, I'm just kind of, I don't even know whether the next
One of the only people.
guy wants chairs or doesn't want chairs.
It's like, just to see you makes us feel.
That's me.
Yeah, we're lucky. Aw, that's sweet. I think it's like a familiarity or something. You don't just say it.
No, it's true.
I graduated in '62, and the class is in '66. Oh! That was
She like needs to get out. I don't think I did a whole lot.
Yeah, you did a lot. You did things wrong. You were
I know, I'm such a baby. I'm such a baby.
Well,
Healing, when people tell you healing's a journey, you're like,
I didn't understand that.
it's true. It's true. Chicago. Yeah. 3 years. Yeah, I met Audrey when I first stepped down.
Fortunate you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the first events that I came to was here for like.
We have that painting. Do you want to put up the painting, Todd, and I'll Frenchie?
No, I do, I'm from Chicago theater, so I went like, and did casting, commercial casting in Chicago. It's hard though, because there's so many bands and who I am, what I'm doing, why am I in Mexico? So it's a whole process, existential. I feel like it kicks your ass and then it kills you. I feel like it's like, I'm gonna heal you now.
If you don't like it, you can get
Oh, that's fine, thank you.
It's very.
Well, stay strong.
Thank you, I'm sure I'll see you, I'll grab these. That your one, yeah. Yeah, because that's both important.
Do you know what I mean?
Hi.
Gonna make it.
Oh, well, I just saw the previous. Your performance, I thought about it a lot last night. It was very powerful. Richard Green. I had to show her.
We call it stage. Stage set.
That's an easy, I play some guitar and I write some songs. From Seattle, I've been here 89, 98, then I moved back. It's about 14 years, I moved back here 6 years ago. And so it's a lot of I do, yeah. Between here and Seattle.
Yes, there's something coming back at 7. I just saw the last one. So you just come to the 7 one too? No.
Just Christina. Diane came over about this today.
Some of this being very just exhausting. I'm trying to think that like, if nobody shows up, I might just take stuff to bed. Just turn on the lights. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. No, what you were saying about Southeastern Asian culture, resonates. So like through by proxy, my girlfriend. Family, what family is, what she just is, and that, as you said, just.
Or just waking up and tell
Yeah, right. Yeah, 2 generations living together.
But you know, we think we're so invincible. I feel so invincible. I'm worse when I get to my kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you guys are awesome.
No, she's not. Her stepmom. Her dad's very Thai.
Oh, yeah.
Classic, kind of like right there next to Thailand.
Really?
Falls in love with Thai women.
I love that. Is that real?
But if I'm really concerned, not so I become invincible, but it's really covering up.
Good.
And yes, so that was like the big one.
This lab's going down.
I want to be
He's actually out.
You're destroying the career. That was so dramatic too. Oh yeah, you had an interesting. I learned a lot about you guys. That was interesting, Audrey. Really
Bye. Audrey, you rock. Thanks. Do you have good information on this? Bye-bye. Yeah. You can send this.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. You send it to me and I will check it out. Then I'm sure we'll see each other around without a doubt.
Small town.
Small, yeah. So please send it to me.
So it's going to be a performance.
Yeah, someone just.
Yeah, he's running a little late.
Oh.
I saw him outside.
That was coincidental.
What?
That wasn't him.
You're kidding.
Because Barry had to drive to Albuquerque.
There's another guy in a deer suit.
Yes, Barry had to drive down to Albuquerque to pick him up. And that's
What? That wasn't a deer? I thought the deer dancer?
Unless he has people performing with him.
I saw somebody one night on the street dressed like that. So
Do you know about the performance?
there'll be more people.
I know about this?
The next one?
No.
Okay. It's someone who performs in full furry costume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
So.
he's running a little late and then.
So this is a good weather for me to wear it even outside.
I guess, I don't know. But yeah,
Oh, so
he's running late, very forward. I feel like set up these dramatic spaces in the background.
well, poor guy, if he's trying too hard, because one person was not a good audience.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sure once people see him in full costume, people will watch him.
And what do you do here?
I have like everything. I'm like the only employee right now. So do all the digital stuff, digital marketing, and then work at the front desk when the gallery's actually open.
No, I think I saw you. Yeah,
What's that?
I think we had this little conversation before once.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Beautiful place.
that's a nice gallery.
Yes. Oh,
Do you need anything? Does he need anything? No, he's just changing, so I come over and
This is this.
Did Audrey ever be left?
Yeah.
Somebody left some stuff here.
I think it's all on these. What's in that little thing?
It's earphones and then a computer case. So I'll just leave her. Special texture. Do you remember what's Liz's last name? Is it Mercer?
I don't know.
So that was,
Awesome.
oh, well.
It was
Yeah, it's good. It's just like,
just
so.
so,
Just really natural conversation.
yeah, they based it on, do you know, are you familiar with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's book on death and dying and the sort of 5 stages of grieving? You know, you go through denial, anger, and ultimately acceptance. And they sort of used that as the framework for the conversation, and they gave out tarot cards with questions on them, and these, we had, what would you say, like 20 people here at one
At
point?
the peak, yeah.
It was great, and it just kept going, and then we came in and they folded them in youth, like, that was how it's supposed to go.
Yep.
As contrasted to.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand I missed,
it was just like very uncomfortable.
Maybe that was the point of the.
You know when someone's so earnest in a performative way,
Yeah.
that is just really awkward. Yeah, that's really what it is. I think she was trying to, she was talking like exercise the way people talk.
Yeah, it's like an infomercial.
Yeah.
And
It was like, so actually, it felt, what was sad was I think she was trying to be really earnest, but it was almost just so devoid of.
And the authenticity.
Humanity, because it was like so performative, yeah. But, I mean, it's really the only one week that I felt like I just struggled getting through.
Yeah.
So what I'm afraid is.
Is that something bad?
That's crazy. I love it.
Hey, I'm Lily.
Hi there.
Nice to meet you.
Atlas.
Nice to meet you, Atlas. Please do come in. Can you get you anything to drink?
Um,
Salt.
You know, it's my favorite. I don't know. I want for nothing currently.
Do you want for lights, or would you rather have it, the room's lights dim?
As it is right now, I think.
You have an audience of one,
I
but I count like many.
That's fine. I'm happy with whoever I get. Yeah.
What's it close to?
Is it right if I put my thing?
Yeah, that's fine.
I imagine. All right. Feels a little less naked.
what do people usually do here?
We've had all sorts. Yeah, we've had musicians, we've had poetry readings, we've had poetry creations. You were here for that, right? The poetry creation. We've had love letters read from bed. We've had Pilates instructors, kind of the whole gamut.
What do you do here?
What do I do
Here, yeah.
here? Well,
Besides being so cute.
yeah, that's my main thing that I do. I run away from men with guns. Jump over fences. Eat weeds. Shit in the lawn. I thought about, can I get the, I guess I can find it on the website, the link to the live stream? So that I
Yeah,
can-
if you just go to our website and click the homepage image, it brings you to it.
Okay. I think I'm gonna tweet that out. And then at some point I might do my own and do like an AMA for some furries.
Yeah.
Because definitely had a couple people curious about the performance.
There was a furry creature that walked by the gallery earlier today.
I heard, did anyone get a picture?
No, it was very quick, but we just assumed it was
too
you.
fast.
Yeah.
But weird coincidence.
Can you describe it?
It was gray. It wasn't
Gray and white.
Gray and white.
White. Oh, wow, that's weird. Cool.
Why, you're worried about competition?
What's that?
I ask if you're worried about competition.
Do I avoid competition?
Are you worried about this gray guy?
Oh, no, I would welcome a friend.
Yeah, you look pretty lonely.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let me tweet this link out and then, is someone following the live stream? Here?
Well, that's it right there.
Okay, I wonder if I might field questions through this, just by directing people to that and say like, all right, if you want to comment a question.
Yeah, I could receive them and give
Okay.
them out loud.
Okay, and I can keep it right here and look at it too.
Okay, cool, that works. Even better.
Okay. All right, let me just tweet this. No, that's send. Okay. Ooh. Mhm. very hard to tweet with one hand.
Can they take dictation for you?
I got it now.
Okay.
So, I avoid hunters, yes. There's one, we've got 4 viewers. I guess I'm probably one of them though. If I wasn't narcissistic enough. Yeah. You said you had things to drink?
Yes.
Is anything in a bottle?
Club soda, like a bubbly water, would that work?
Anything in a bottle, because that's
Oh, right, yeah, of
drinkable.
course, yeah. It must get fairly warm.
It does, but it's more, I mean, like you get kind of, it breathes okay. I mean, you know, I can breathe out my mouth. And the eyes breathe okay, which actually, having the eyelids on kind of makes a difference. Oh, you know what? Okay, so the reason I said bottle is just like thinking about a bottle that I can actually fit in my mouth.
That's
So
too wide.
Oh, it's too wide at the top.
Sorry.
You know, we have a beer bottle. You could have beer, or we could.
Oh, do you have beer?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think there's some in the office with
well, that I can do.
it.
All right. Drink a beer, AMA? Cool. How do you drink in that? You will see soon, Bradley.
You either need a straw or a nipple, like babies.
Party City sells these, or they used to sell these crazy, fun, extra long straws. And those are actually like a very hot commodity at furry conventions. They're like 2 or 3 feet long.
I remember those, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They're vital. I wish these John Lennon glasses fit on me.
Just wondering about your costume, is it custom made or? Custom made,
Yeah. So this costume was made by friends of mine, who make costumes like this for a living. I'm part of a community that is kind of like this identity, subculture, very online thing about making up an alternate persona. Fantastic, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Excuse me.
One thing here, I'm watching it.
Yeah, this is a good picture.
Cheers.
Correct.
They'll do a commercial for that beer.
Yeah, oh my God, if they pay me, I would totally do it.
Yeah.
Spaten, speaking.
So your friend did an awesome job on the costume. I mean, it's just incredible.
Thank you. Yes.
Easy.
Yeah, he's been, I've had him for about 5 years now. And I work in self-portraiture mostly as an artist. And I've had surprising mileage for 5 years of making work with this guy.
So this is your alter person?
Yes, so I am a furry. It's a subculture. Oh, let's see if do I have any furries in the audience? That looks like one. Second, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Hello. You sound like a furry. I don't know if you are. So yeah, it's a subculture. But so your furry persona is called a fursona.
Called what persona?
Fursona, like persona, yeah. And this costume would be called a fursuit.
Do you have to have fair or a lot of body hair to be in that group?
You do not need a lot of body hair to be a furry.
But yours is quite extravagant, right, compared, I mean, everyone, I mean, does everyone have costumes that are that?
No, I'm gonna take these off because it's a little bit easier to see. So bright here. The costumes are one mode of expression in the community. So the costumes along with like illustrated artwork, a lot of online interaction where it's, your character is basically an avatar, like on Twitter or Second Life or something like that. My costume is the artist who made it, I think is very talented and is in kind of high demand. So I'd say she's one of the well-known professional makers, but there's tons of different, very well-established suit makers. And then there's also people who, make their own for themselves for the first time, and I think, the community is pretty good at supporting different levels of artists.
So tell me, Persona, what is it like being in your persona?
What is it like being, so his name's Atmos, I never said that.
Yeah, what's his name? Or
Atmos.
your name?
My name is Atmos, yes. There's a man inside me named Tommy. Being Atmos is a little bit like being like a celebrity, somewhere between a celebrity and a cartoon. People treat you differently. You're also a space of projection for people. People are a lot more willing to give Atmos a hug than they are to give Tommy a hug as a stranger. Sometimes. Some people are very afraid of me, but that's fine.
But you chose to be a deer or someone from the deer family, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
I could only hear about half of that. It's a little bit hard to hear.
But you, Atlas, you are a deer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So not just being someone else, but what is it like to be Atlas the deer?
Yeah. Well, I certainly am a prey species. There's a difference between predator and prey kind of attitude or persona. It's a little bit like top bottom or dom sub, but not quite. Personally, there is something enjoyable about being, kind of an innocent prey species. I grew up in Pennsylvania, where the white-tailed deer is the state animal, and hunting is kind of like the masculine culture, that and football, but to me, there's something interesting about, growing up in that area and not quite being, a normal example of masculinity, and then kind of taking on the deer to say like, oh, you want the deer, like, so you want me, and now it's gay. To me, kind of was like a fun way to say fuck you to what I think is kind of very macho culture.
Good.
Yeah.
Are there relationships that develop, romantic relationships, and would you tend to be with somebody who was of a deer type, or do they stay together? Do you stay together in your tribe, or in your group? Or?
Sure. Multiple answers to that. Let me also just see if
Strangest.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Really, that's such beautiful eyes.
Beautiful what?
Ice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So there is, like there's some kind of reading into to be done about, like what someone chooses as their species. So one way in which I, exist as a furry is by going to furry conventions. So those are, all over the country, all over the world. I go to probably about 4 or 5 a year. And those are, at conventions, there are meetups of like, I've been to a few deer meetups. And they're social more than romantic in those spaces. But there was a funny experience of when I was trying to find this deer meetup, I found a bunch of other deer also looking for it. And then we kind of moved like a herd through the convention space trying to find the meeting spot. And we would get periodically stopped by like, a big cat or a wolf or something like that, who would kind of like jokingly like eye us up. And, people play into that. In terms of, I mean, to be honest, I truly do, the people that I've dated in the community, I've met them for their personality, not like for their fursuit. I did hook up with a skunk at like a Burning Man kind of thing, not Burning Man itself, but a small one. And I got there at night, met him in my fursuit, and then hooked up with him while we were in fursuit, and then the next morning had to like kind of be like, which one was the skunk? And then we ended up dating for a year after that. But there's someone outside.
How much of the time when you were dating are you in the suit, and how much are you not?
It's almost like I would, while there are major differences, I would relate this to kind of like a drag experience, in that like I put this on as a performative self. I don't wear Atmos to go to the grocery store or to like do laundry or anything like that, unless I'm doing it specifically as an artist performance. I mean, a lot of my relationships have had a major component of communicating online. And when you communicate online, there's a lot more interaction through character via just like, I mean, the like fantasy or the fiction of like speaking through your avatar, or how like Apple has those emojis or memojis right now, where you like can make one that looks like you. That's been like a thing in the furry community for a long time now, where you commission like emojis or stickers of your own character, making different expressions. And that's like a major part of online communication. It's like, you have one that's like, you waking up, drinking your coffee, or like, making a surprise face or like hugging someone else. So interacting online, there's a lot of different ways of kind of expressing social interaction through the character. But I don't like, I wouldn't like put this on just to be around my partner. It would be a special kind of like, a unique experience.
So it's difficult.
It is difficult to be.
And I can identify with that. My name in Hebrew means a doe.
Means doe?
Yeah, a doe. My parents watched Bambi and fell in love with Bambi, so they named me Ayala, which is a doe in Hebrew.
Wow.
And, I feel a strong affinity to the deer family and to other prey animals.
Yeah. There are other ungulates.
More what you described as being the prey rather than the predator.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's something, I mean, I find the persona of the deer to be interesting as this, it's a layered symbol. You know, when I was a teenager, when I developed this identity, they were kind of a symbol of hipsterdom in like the mid 2000s. But they're also, I think, kind of like this symbol of, looked at as this like kind of majestic symbol of nature, and also like giant rats of the forest. You know, kind of conversely, both of those things.
You probably already answered this, but how long have you had this, what do you call it, suit, yes?
Fursuit, costume is not incorrect language, no?
Yeah, how long have you had this particular, have you always been the deer? Have you always been, is it Atlas?
Atmos, like atmosphere, but atmosphere. It's not where it came from, but it's easy to remember. I got Atmos in 2015. So I've had him for about 5 years. It's actually funny, I'm working on potentially a series right now about his wear and tear. I have, it's hard to see because I have black under armor underneath, but I have a tear in him right here in his chest that is just, it's, you know, blood scar. Both of his armpits have been sewn closed. I just sewed up some holes on the back recently. But it's interesting just to kind of think of them as these scars, but also to think about how easy it is to mend him comparatively to my real body. You know, he doesn't pay taxes, he doesn't age.
Just don't stand until too often, because this makes a very unfortunate target.
Oh, yes. Yeah, my chest does. Yes. I'm actually working on some target practice posters of myself, which come see my show in the spring.
Yes, here.
Yeah, here. I'll be getting some of those posters.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I have an appointment and I wanted to be, I'd rather have been here than that, so thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
What's going on? Bradley has made a lot of comments.
He was making a ton on the previous. Do you know Bradley?
I don't know.
Who?
Bradley Fallender? He made like 30 comments
On this event
on the
already?
previous one
On the previous one.
that never really amounted to anything. But we're just
Thank you for your support, Bradley. Can you,
actions that out loud.
can you take my picture so I can see
Yeah.
it? Great.
So Atlas, did you identify as a furry before you identified as a deer, or were those simultaneous?
So I was a cheetah for like 2 weeks. And then I was like, this isn't right. And then I went with deer, and I've been that since.
I guess maybe another way to say that too, did you identify as a furry independent of identifying as a specific animal?
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow?
I do. No, I mean, I found this in the kind of like muck of being a teenager on the internet. And the way I say it is, I mean, I grew up playing video games and spending more time in the fields in Zelda than I did in, the fields outside my house. And that led me towards the internet as a next virtual space. And, at age 14, that's when I was like, okay, if I was going to discover I had superpowers, it would be by now. I'm not special. I also just didn't really think I was starting to, I think that teenagerdom is when you start to see what you like, what you want to be. And so I started making pictures because I couldn't draw. whenever that didn't make me feel like I was an artist. But I started making photographs and finding the furry community and coming out to myself all at the same time. I was posting my art pictures on furry forums at age 14, lying and saying that I was 18. Don't do that, but I did it. Everyone does it. It's a difficult thing with the internet. Yeah, and then it was a closet thing for me up into college.
So there was some shame associated with it?
Totally. I feel that I've been working the last decade of my life to try to figure out how not to feel ashamed about it. When I was in college at art school, I had an opportunity to pursue a documentary project for a class. And I remember my proposal was like, there's like this barn that's like getting destroyed and that's kind of cool. Or there's this thing called furries and like I might like go to a thing and like they have like all these costumes and it's like not about sex, it's like, but it's like interesting, because it's like kind of like a gay culture. And my teacher was like, well, the barn doesn't sound like a thing and you sound obsessed with the furry thing, so like do that. But for the first couple of years of college, like making a project about it as an artist was my armor to say like, oh no, I'm not weird. I'm just going as an artist and trying to understand this thing. Meanwhile, I was involved in it as myself, but still coming to terms with being able to say that out loud. And now I'm kind of like I'd rather be weird because where is being normal getting us? The planet is blowing up. Let's try something else. Or what does being an adult get people? If this is what people consider childish.
So some of the shame is around weirdness and childishness.
Yeah. I think it's a lot about societal expectations of what it means to be an adult, but also I think, there's a lot of fears about sexuality. That it just seems like there's something wrong with my brain or something like that. I think is what people think. Whereas to me, I think it's more interesting to just have this playful interaction with fiction and kind of a malleable self, and be able to step into. Atmos is kind of, to me, not quite a character and not quite myself. I think about it, it's like this is like a bridge between Judith Butler's ideas about performativity, that we wake up and we dress ourselves, and that's a performance of society. You perform male gender or whatever. And then straight performance, which we understand as an obvious fiction that stands outside of reality. And being a furry is it's like the missing link that no one asked for in between those things. I'm not trying to convince anyone that I'm a real deer. I don't think that's what's going to happen. But it is also not, it's a personal experience to do this. And I'm not doing it for any reason other than to be another version of myself. Yeah.
So during Halloween, when I had parties, I asked people to come with a costume or just a mask so they can be themselves.
Yeah.
So do you feel more freer to express? People ask you here very personal questions. Does it feel more comfortable being with the costume?
I think there's a Nietzsche quote that's it's easier to tell the truth behind the mask of fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it is. Okay. It is, I think, easier to. It is. It's a literal and emotional armor. I'm more sensitive about some things. people call me Rudolph, that pisses me off. It's like, Rudolph. Like, he's not even a white-tailed deer, you know?
Red-nosed reindeer.
Yeah. The species blindness. But yeah, I think I don't know how to answer your question. What that makes me think about is something that I used to be afraid of calling this escapism, because I used to think, that was a bad thing to say, like, oh, I'm running away from my problems, or I'm running away from my life. And I don't feel dysmorphia in my body that feels solved as Atmos. It feels good, in a different way. But I do think of it as actually kind of, to be this is escapism that is maybe necessary to survive life right now. I mean, I need something to combat, the experience of waking up in the morning and looking at my phone that says, 20 people dead. Or, here's a new essay about 2040, all the fish will be, or 2020 or something. All the fish are going to be gone by 2040, I think, from the ocean was an article I read. Something just nuts. Stuff that just makes me want to die. And I think that it's just the nature of our current social landscape of we are more informed, and we're also in this crazy stage of late capitalism, that to try to be present all the time will crush you. And it's crushing people every day. We see it in lots of different ways. And so I think that, we haven't quite figured out how to allow people to deal with the complexity of life that we have current vision of through our personal devices, which I have two of up here with me. And so I think of it as like a necessary tool for existing right now, of being able to step not outside of myself, but outside of being a human thing. I think it's very thankful and happy to be human. Hi, Martine.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, good.
So do you feel more authentic as Atmos?
I don't think I know what that word means. Like, I have a shirt for Atmos that I wear that says real fake. And that's kind of where I'm at, Like I think about it in terms of like thinking about fiction and reality, or media and reality as being these things that, I think we're easy to separate, and right now are colliding. Like it used to be that what happens on the screen and what happens in the world were easy to distinguish, and now we see, alt-right, neo-Nazis flooding from the internet into reality and making real problems, real vote. But in the same way, Atmos and furries are a thing that, were from the internet and now are a real thing. As real as like I said, I'm not trying to be a real deer, right? But he's a real, whatever he is. There's no way to be him wrong because there is no God. So I guess I feel like authenticity kind of breaks. Sorry.
You're temporarily real.
One more time?
Temporarily real.
Temporarily real.
Yeah. Fantasies are temporarily real. We live in them for a duration of time, and then we get out.
The value of imagination, time and imagination, and time spent in that way, sure.
Well, I think it's interesting you started cheetah and that didn't feel authentic, to you. And so then you went from predator to prey. Do you think what's the percentage of predator type furries to prey? Like, are furries more likely to be prey than predator? Or are there all kinds, just like there are all kinds of people?
In case anyone is listening on the live stream, from the furry community, I'm not speaking for everyone. Don't kill me. There is a large percentage of canines. And that ranges from wolves to dogs. That's the most popular genus, or I don't know if genus is the right species, yeah. But I think there's kind of an attraction to that on multiple levels. I think we think of dogs as being very social, likable animals, and wolves as being kind of like just a cool version of that. And wolves are clearly predators, where dogs are kind of an in-between, because they're domesticated. So they don't really, the same rules don't quite apply. I don't know that I could say that there's a larger percentage of predator to prey for any specific reason. I think it's interesting to look, case by case, what are the trends in terms of folks who pick a dragon character? There's a dragon type.
So it doesn't have to be a real animal.
No, yeah. There's unicorns. There's several species that are made up by the furry community. Specifically, there's species that work better as a costume and as a character. But then, there's a lot of people who only express their character through illustration. And in that case, it's really people or whatever. There's not a lot of bugs, but there are some. I've seen some cute moths.
Is it a clear cut between prey and predator?
Is that what?
I don't think there is a clear cut between prey and predator, or very rarely so. We are both.
Yeah.
Actually, we, human species, are the worst predators there are. Do you eat meat?
Yeah, we're the apex predator.
Yeah.
I think a lot about, what is our responsibility as the apex predator. Doesn't seem like toxifying the planet is the thing that we should do. It's funny when I smile over here and I'm like, that doesn't matter. I don't Still happens.
Everything. Well, your face is smiling all the time.
I've got eyes,
You can switch.
Yeah. Really happen. Oh, it's so easy to lose things under my thighs. I don't know.
What are you looking for, though?
I was just trying to find my eyelids.
Well, there was one eyelid.
They're over on the other side.
There's one eyelid.
There's a closed one. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Yeah, my bedroom eyes.
Sleepy eyes. You're feeling that beer, huh?
Yeah. Well, you know,
Something.
Did you make the costume?
No, it's a commission.
Oh.
Yeah, I commissioned it by from some other artist friends of mine who make costumes like this for a living in the community. This one feels like it's falling down.
Are there any living furry communities where everybody in the community lives together as furries?
I have a couple of friends who, are trying the kind of commune thing.
Yeah.
And also just lots of apartments, everybody's a furry. It's a nice thing to kind of not have to censor yourself about or feel like you're always playing an explainer. I mean, it's like having, I imagine it would be similar to being a feminist and living with feminists, or just other like-minded folks where you don't feel that you have to guard or that there's that base relationship.
Do you feel like for you, or maybe for other furries, there's something about continuing or performing a relationship with either a real animal, like a pet or a stuffed animal, that you might have been important in your early life?
Yes, I think a lot of people, it's relationship to media, to cartoons. A lot of people, grew up on Disney Robin Hood, with like the Fox Robin Hood. Or Lion King is huge. I made some work about imagining a relationship between me and Tony the Tiger. There was this whole experience of Kellogg's made a Tony the Tiger Twitter account, a lot of T's, and the account was called Real Tony Tiger, as if to say he's real. And furries are very active on Twitter, and so he would post things like, he would post like, waking up with my cereal, but then he would also be like, going to the game, or like, happy 4th of July, like celebrating normal things, tweeting normal things. And this relationship happened of furries commenting kind of like trolling or shit posting, as the internet terms go, of furries saying like, fuck me, Tony, or like, frost my flakes, daddy, or, like, Tony, come get drunk with us, a lot of this kind of, what's that?
Corrupting Tony.
Yeah, kind of like hitting on him. And it became kind of incessant as like, I think, partly it's people just taking the piss out of the corporate mascot, but it's also like, Tony's hot. He's got the reverse Torito body shape, the idealized, muscular dude. And it got to the point that the account actually snapped, and the real person who ran it tweeted like, I quit, fuck this, I hate furries. And then he went on a blocking spree, and I'm still blocked by Tony the Tiger. And there were tons, Gawker and Wired and everywhere else wrote a little article about it, like, oh, Tony can't tweet without getting hit on by thirsty furries. And then there were other people on the internet saying like, how can you go and harass, someone like that? Like, this is
an upstanding citizen like Tony.
Yeah, exactly. and that's what's bizarre to me, is that people came out to defend a corporation. like there's no, that is like he is. He's and like not one that, it's not like Tony is out there, I don't know, saving like people from cancer. Like Tony the Tiger was invented to sell children sugary garbage, right? It's like, and then he's been with me since I was a child. And so I think the idea of the Twitter account is to say like, is to make you continue to fall in love with a brand. To say like, oh, he's real like you, and, like develop affection for him. And I feel like the furry response was to say like, all right, let's play ball. Like, I want to fuck him. Like, and, because of the norms of culture, that wasn't acceptable, and the system broke. And, I don't know if that answered your question.
I don't know either, but it was interesting.
How are you doing, Martine?
I'm good. I'm tired. How are you?
Hot.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
How's that for your, do you need
It's
another?
great.
Okay.
Still a little bit in my mouth, that's okay.
Do you have a pet?
What's that?
You have a pet at home?
One more time?
What, a pet?
Do I have a pet? No. I am in grad school, and I live in a tiny little house that's smaller than this room. And I don't think it would be fair to an animal. Pets are kind of funny because funny is a weird word. I don't know. I would only want to have a pet if I could give them a life that feels full enough. I guess that's what people say about having a child. But same thing applies. And that's just not where I can barely take care of myself. So someday maybe.
Do you think that there's, I mean, this is a generalization, but do you think that furries generally feel an empathy or compassion for actual animals?
Yes. Yeah. That's something that I feel like I've noticed just in like staying with other furries who do have pets and live, like a full life with them, is that, I find that not only do they seem to understand their pets better, I mean, not every furry is a good, pet owner, just like not every person is, but like when I went and stayed with the people who made Atmos for about a month while he was being constructed, and they had 3 dogs and 2 cats at the time. The 3 dogs who lived in the house, and then the 2 cats who kind of lived around the property were much more independent. But I felt like I was living with 5 people, between this couple and their 3 dogs who all have incredibly distinct personalities that were also, I think, allowed to grow because they were well seen by their owners, their roommates. And so, and yeah, I think there's something interesting about, maybe a desire to, like in being furry, there's maybe a desire to kind of reinsert oneself into the animal kingdom.
Yeah, I can see somebody who doesn't like animals will wear a costume like that, or any animal costume. I mean, just by you putting it on, you identify with that for people.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I mean, yeah, like my impression of a deer is as much affected by media, if not more so, by my media representations than it is the real animal. I've had very minimal interactions with a real deer. I can count on 2 hands the number of like vertebrate species that I've really had a connection, just because of the way that we have dominated the planet.
Even living in Pennsylvania, I mean, there's so many deer there.
Yeah,
At least
yeah.
where I used to live.
I mean, I had, I have a distinct memory of being, oh my God, this is embarrassing. Just like being a teenager and like a closeted furry, and like I was driving to like go take care of someone's cat like late at night, and I saw like a herd of deer like in a field, like when I parked and like got out of the car just to see what would happen, and I got maybe 100 feet away from them, if even that, and they like looked at me, and I took one more step and they ran away. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. I don't know. I mean, it is cool. But I guess I'm not counting experiences in a zoo, because that just doesn't, animals in captivity are so different.
Did you see that there is a video that runs like crazy all over the social media for a few years now of a deer and a deer that attacked the hunter put him down and. Trampled him, yeah, did you see that?
I mean, I've seen a lot of videos of deer, you know, doing all kinds of things. I've certainly seen a video of a deer attacking a hunter. I think also like a lot about like the videos of deer crashing into like a cafe or something like that, knocking all the chairs around, you know, like they go kind of crazy near hunting season.
Yeah, but this is different, you know,
Sure.
with the hunter, it was everybody, there were so many comments on Facebook. And everybody, and that includes myself, had the sweet joy of revenge experienced in first person.
Yeah.
So I guess everybody kind of felt like a deer at that point. It was fun to see that, you know, a plague can sometimes stand for itself or himself in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. I don't think that hunting has no place, you know, in the world. I mean, animals hunt. Humans hunt in a different way. But I don't believe in like a complete annihilation of it, you know, in terms of like, I mean, hunting is part of an ecosystem if managed properly. It does, I mean, guns are a complicated topic though. I mean, it's, you know, who could say that it's fair? I mean, hunting doesn't have to be fair, you know, but,
more risk for the predator.
Right.
Actually, I was in Africa a while ago, and you know, seeing a lot of big predators like lions or whatever. And they're actually very, very careful about when they attack prey because they can be injured and wounded and die in the process. So even though they are the dominant animal, they are the predator, it's not without risk for them.
Right.
And that's why I object to hunting other than for food.
Yes.
Animals basically hunt for food. A lot of the humans that I know hunt for sports, for pleasure, for macho, you know, trophy. And there is something very ugly about that.
I wonder if it isn't a transposition because animals also do at times kill each other for dominance.
For sex, for dominance.
Right, for dominance. And since
On territory.
we can't kill each other for dominance. In other words.
Oh, we
do, but we can't. Well, we do, but outside of war, in an organized society, there's a penalty. You know, it may not always be enforced, but there's a theoretical penalty, and we're socialized against it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there isn't a transposition in the sport hunting, kind of expressing that. I'm not saying this to legitimize or not sport hunting, but if there isn't a transposition of that, you know, urge to kill as an expression of dominance, as opposed to kill as a need for food. And maybe both.
Yeah, all this dominant stuff. Look, cockfights, dog fights, I've seen young bear fights, cubs, as spectacle with an audience around, just having a buzz, seeing suffering. That is only human.
Well,
there are no animals that enjoy just looking at somebody, at another animal suffering. Maybe cats. Cats sometimes like to play.
Cats can be quite sadistic.
Yeah.
Play, and I'm not sure that they feel the same way as humans.
But they can certainly act in a sadistic, what appears to be a sadistic manner.
Yeah, and the Romans used to throw humans in at the animals too, talk about statistic.
I mean, so to me, part of the problem is, I think that we make an arbitrary division between humans and animals. We are animals, or humans in nature is another way of saying that. You know, to say that we're destroying nature, that humans destroy nature is, I mean, I understand that people say it in a, in a critique of humans, but I think the more powerful and true way of saying it is to say that we're killing ourselves, right? We are, if we are so smart as we seem to be, then it seems like we should do a better job of understanding our place in the system instead of on top of it, right? As if we exist separate from it. Because thinking that, humans, like as if to say that humans could kill nature dead and then still exist is not possible, right? We're butting up against this now of like seeing, recursive ecological disasters that we don't understand because there's a complex system that we're overwriting, and attempting to solve with like flat solutions. But I think, I don't know, so it's a semantic thing, but to say, that we mistreat animals, or that we abuse nature, I think that if we can start to understand that as like abusing and killing ourselves, that it can maybe there's a way to change our perspective on what the importance of preserving nature is.
Well, now they talk about ecosystem rather than nature. And
I have trouble hearing you, sorry.
Ecosystem rather than nature. So that we are part of this ecosystem. And it's like a house of cards, right?
Right.
Yeah. And what you're saying makes a lot of sense, and semantic do shape the thinking. And Spinoza got to fame having the same thoughts as you do.
Everything has already been said, so it's our job to say it again.
Thank you, Alice.
In a cute and fuzzier way, you think people find it easier to listen to you because your presentation is sort of otherworldly, but you're saying what we've heard before, but it's just packaged so cutely.
Yes, the power of novelty. Yeah.
Excuse me. Do you need another beer or anything?
I would love one.
Yes?
Yeah.
Just can't get over how artistic and well done is the costume.
Yeah. Yeah, he's,
Attention to detail.
yeah. He's amazing, which it feels funny to say as I am him, but,
What an ego.
hey.
Are people's avatars usually have the same gender as their owner or originators?
You could say usually, but, or statistically, but it certainly is not,
Uncommon to have.
uncommon, yeah, or strange. A lot of, and again, disclaimer time, it's really funny when someone just walks by for a second. I don't intend to speak for the trans community, but or anything like that. But I do have a lot of friends in the community, in the furry community, who I have voiced that being a furry is, or being in the furry community is a kind of a safe place to begin to experiment with or think about or come out about transitioning. And part of that is, like by nature of the community, you make your profile and you say, this is my name and this is what I am. And people say, okay. And I think that kind of attitude of accepting and respecting self-identification, I think is a healthy environment or a less toxic environment for trans individuals to kind of.
Well, maybe also by jumping species, you escape the demands of the obligatory performance of your socially assigned gender.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because we genderize people, the first thing we
Yes,
see
of course.
them, we say you're a man, you're a woman. But with other species, we call them, I have cats and you have dogs. So the gender is secondary.
What are you doing in Santa Fe? We're just taking a visit down from Denver.
Did you know that I would be here?
No.
Were you in Super?
We were out
Yes.
Super.
They said, they were like, there's a furry. I was like, no.
Were you on Rogan? Was it you?
We were the caribou.
Oh, my God.
I'm super funny.
Yeah, we didn't know if that was, we thought, what a coincidence.
Small world. This is such a small.
Wow.
You're
You
beautiful.
should have brought my suit, man.
You should have.
Yeah.
You're the only
Go
person
suit
without
up and
one.
come
I didn't bring it, I didn't travel with it. Left it at home.
You're beautiful. We'll let you get back to whatever.
You can do it. I mean, you're welcome to
This is
hang
what
out
we're
if you
doing.
want.
Oh,
We're sitting and having, this isn't what I planned, but we're sitting and having a conversation about furries.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, we have a little bit too much for them, so.
It's so
Will
good
you
to
guys
see
get
you.
MFF?
No. I know. Well, maybe if the Converse wasn't run like shit, we'd be there.
Yeah. Oh. Dude, we're on live stream, so.
That seems good.
Are you going to SC?
No, it's
Well, I'll
not
never
I
see
really
you.
want to, but TFF for sure.
I mean, we're coming
I
back
know
to Santa
that-
Fe. We love it here so much.
Yeah? Well, you should come down for my show in the spring.
In the spring,
Yeah.
you send me the details. You got my phone number.
Okay. That's crazy. Goodbye.
Goodbye. You're beautiful. Yeah.
Can you take a picture?
Yeah, I
of
got
me?
you, man. If I knew you were here, I would probably take camera.
It's a great picture.
You're beautiful.
Wow. Bye,
Bye, cutie.
That's crazy. Wow. We're everywhere.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Gloomy is, I'm trying to think of where I met him first. I don't know. We see him around conventions. We've hung out a couple times.
And they're both caribou, or?
Well, Gloomy has a couple suits. He has a couple characters, which is a thing for some people. I know him most as a, like an orange and green rabbit. But he also has a caribou. I couldn't quite recognize his friend. I didn't hear him say his name. I recognized him, but I don't remember. It's obviously easier to remember the suits. And at conventions, people usually have like a badge that's like an illustration of your character. So it's always like, I know who you are. Yeah.
Oh, so when they're not in suit, they wear a badge so you can identify them.
Yes, yeah.
Their suit, yeah.
So not everybody has a costume by far. I mean, it's, maybe half of people at a convention. And then even then, less than a fifth are in costume at any given time because it's such a arduous thing. But yeah, so like badges are like a big art commodity. I have probably 8 or 9 badges at this point in my life. And they're all just different illustrations of Atmos by different artists.
So when you meet furries out of costume, do you recognize them? I mean, a badge aside, I mean, in terms of personality or persona, does the personality usually match up with the archetype or the whatever, what do you call it?
Sometimes, like some people, he's sending me the pictures. Sick. Oh, my friend's watching the live stream. He said he just heard us. some people have kind of like the opposite, I hope he doesn't feel called out by this. I won't call him my name, but like a friend of mine is like kind of scrawny as himself, and all of his characters. He has a couple of costumes and has had multiple characters like illustrated. He's an artist, so he draws himself a lot. And they're like these big, beefy dudes, like giant muscles. Usually like a big dick. But it's really funny. It's just cool to see how a character can be like, just a totally opposite expression. Some people are very meek, out of costume and, a lot of bravado in suit, and vice versa. Some people choose to go from kind of being, like a very big presence to a character that is, like maybe because it's a prey species, like a bunny or something like that, makes them seem a lot more docile and friendly.
But it's also like a fantasy, right? Because it's like to me, I relate to drag culture, and it's like this like character you create that you can be in your normal persona, and you're able to, be whoever you want in some way or form, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Atmos is like Tommy with the vibrancy turned up. Do you agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I would agree.
But yeah, I've thought sometimes about, like what and when, if I make another character, might that be, and I would love to be a skunk. I think there's something so interesting about, I dated a skunk too, which it feels weird it feels like I'm stealing his swag. But, if I see a skunk in real life, I'm in alert mode, and I'm trying not to get sprayed and I'm trying to get somewhere safe. But a skunk as a icon is like all these different connotations. And I love this like Pepe Le Pew kind of skunk vibe. It's kind of like debonair suave thing.
Do you think that's from Pepe Le Pew? Did you ever, you're probably too young.
No, I know Pepe.
You
You just mentioned.
Oh, he did, I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
it.
Hard to hear me. I love that about them. But there's something so funny too about I love even with Pepe Le Pew, like half of the bit was his, Musk. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting to look at how the animal is as much a cultural icon. The animal that you choose to embody is as much a cultural icon as it is, a real animal itself.
It's interesting also because, I guess any avatar would do this, but it allows you to speak of yourself in the third person. So Atmos can talk about Tommy, can reflect on Tommy, which I think if we don't have that often, we're just always so located in the I.
Yes.
That it's a way almost to step outside yourself and see yourself.
Yeah, it feels really healthy to me to be able to have that perspective, and also have like I said, the malleability of myself. Early on, when I got in the costume, back when I was living in Baltimore, I was up late taking some pictures. Self-portraits in the night. And I was going back up to my room, walking up the stairs, and I saw my reflection in the mirror, or in the window, just my silhouetted outline. And I had this immediate monster, kind of reaction of thinking I was seeing something outside. And someone coming in?
Yep. You're signing in the guest book.
Oh, great.
Come on in.
But it was fascinating to kind of get to that level of transformation, of disassociation almost.
Listen, do people who have multiple furry outfits, do you think they,
like, when I'm thinking about when I leave and when I used to have animals and leave them at home, like somebody's being left at home.
Like, is there like a sense of neglect?
Yeah.
Sometimes. I know some people who will sell a character, and it's not just selling a costume, it's selling the character, if they don't feel connected to them anymore. Whereas some people do that and some people don't. Like the makers who made my suit, I remember they talked about it was like 2 hyenas that they made that they auctioned the costumes and the people bought them and then they've like never seen them. And there's like this lament of like, wishing they could see these characters out in the world that they put a lot of love into.
That also makes me think, sorry, I don't know if there was such a question, but I mean, I know in seminar we talked about, the idea of like Atmos being with somebody else, and I think at first, like the first year you were like, no, never in my life.
Someone else being Atmos?
Yeah, and then it changed. I kind of wonder, like, how do you engage with that, and what had changed, like why?
Yeah, well, I mean, it still is like, it's still really intimate for me to have anybody else wear Atmos. One time back in undergrad when I had this is Atmos 2.0, I have Atmos 1.0 made by someone else. Yeah, he's a little ratty looking.
We have seen it.
But we had I lived in this like shit mansion with 6 of my college friends, and we had a big party, and I came into my room and there was somebody wearing my head, and it was both violating and embarrassing to be like, get that off of your head. Like, what are you doing in my room, obviously, but like, that I couldn't express what it meant for her to like wear him. Like, I mean, it's violating for someone to put on a shirt, URL, but like, for her to kind of like be me was really insulting. And then like, it made me feel stupid to try to explain it. Like, no, that costume's me, like, it's difficult. I've had like 2 partners in my life. I've ever had them wear Atmos. And that's kind of like just a bizarre experience because it is like, it feels like it feels like an out of body experience. Especially because he has such a presence, like, obviously you guys know, experiencing it, but I rarely get to experience the presence of the character in 3 dimensions interacting with me. So there's something really fascinating about that. Last year, I had, I was getting into a lot. Well, I've shot some erotic work with my character for my Patreon page, which they had shut me down. But I had a friend wear Atmos for this like shoot with another friend where they got frisky on the bed, and I had this like I had this prosthetic like phallus that goes on the costume and like a tongue and all these other like props, and so I photographed them, pretend sexing, and it was interesting to watch Atmos perform something, and then to also look at the images and know that my experience of regarding the sex act in fantasy is more real than the real act itself, right? Like they weren't having real sex. Like, the dick doesn't feel anything, but to see the image and project onto it and have that be the actual authentic experience of the moment was really interesting. Revealed a lot. Let's see. Let's see if any YouTube comments take me.
I was thinking about your affinity to the skunk, or to that particular skunk. And humans or other animals usually attack from the front. The skunk is the one animal that once he runs away, attacks from the back.
Well, the squid.
Yeah.
But yes, it is an interesting I'm gonna let that one ferment. Hello to the people who recently come in.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Atlas.
Hi, we gathered.
Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet
Hi
you.
there.
We saw you from across the street and we had to know, what was
We
going
just
on.
Who is this deer that's drinking the beer?
Yeah, this is an ad. I'm just kidding. We'll probably get a cease and desist.
I like how Farby is.
I wonder when furries will enter the like ad game, you know? I feel like big companies always love to look at minorities or marginalized people and bring them in, you know?
There's this meme
Yeah.
it's called the Silent Protector meme. And it's like a drawing of a little kid in a bed, like asleep soundly. And then there's like a soldier in military fatigues, like standing like this over him. And then there's like a bunch of like bullets and daggers and rockets like hitting him in the back, like he's protecting, you know, this kid. It's a very, like rote kind of image. And like the soldier's head's crying a single tear. But in the meme format where you can like you label the different things,
Right.
it's the child is the furry fandom, and then the bullets and the missiles are capitalism and exploitation and marketing, and then the soldier in fatigues is weird fetish art. And that's, I think, is truly, like what protects furry from being co-opted, is the level of individuality that we have, yes, we do love Zootopia, even though it's about cops, and Lion King and all these other IPs, but there is no IP at the center of furry, so it's really hard to kind of pin down how to market to us.
Right.
And then also, by marketing to us, you open yourself up to sexuality, which is a no-no in our culture.
Right.
So until culture learns how to be less puritanical, it seems like we are doing a decent job of dodging it. Although there's a lot of debate in the furry community about people think we're perverts, and people think that we'll never be accepted if we don't learn to kind of tone these things down. But it's kind of go ahead, Martin.
No, but I think that it's also in terms of that, I also relate to drag culture yet again. I mean, maybe because it's a lot of my reference, but I mean, drag culture is the same. It was a lot of bad stigma on being a drag, because it was oh, you're wanting to be a woman, right? But it's also a character. Yeah, some drag queens are cis women, and some of them are transgender women. But I feel that it was able to break the barrier of the mainstream, and it's just so mainstream now, right? I mean, all artists want drag queens in their music videos and things like that. But it's also a lot of they get bad paid, or they're not recognized by their work because oh, you could totally do it, right? I mean, it's so easy for you to do that. So I feel in some way or form, the furry community is guarding themselves from that idea of exploitation.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, what's the thought?
Yeah.
How do you engage with that though?
Can you frame the question a little bit?
So how do you identify with that? Also being more visible, because how to get to media, but also in some way or form, if you get to media in some way or form, you're going to be exploited somehow, somewhere.
Well, I will say that I have turned down 2 different TV shows in my life, and that's how many fingers I have. So no more. But I got interviewed to be on MTV True Life. I'm a furry.
Yeah.
And I turned them down when it seemed like they probably weren't actually going to, take it from my perspective. They were going to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
And then I had another, a small, production. They wanted to do a special about, kind of why furries are what furries are. It's what everyone wants to do. But they, wanted to focus on, they were we want to make a story about, furry families. I was that's something that you made up. That's not, they were what about, a mother and a father raising their child? I was cool. I was if you want like a furry family, we could look at like these like furry communes or polycules or, you know, like, and there's, you know, maybe like one like example of like two parents who are furries who are raising their kids as furries, but it's not really like what it's about. It's like totally missing.
Do you think the problem there is because like outsiders of the community wants to like try to like talk about these issues or engage with it, and they don't really know what it's about?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think that people try to put it in a box and like we do everything. And, you know, it's like most of the time that box is like, I don't understand this. And then people, you know, see like, oh, there's a sexual component. So they're like, oh, it's about sex. And because I understand sex and that's important to me and it's important to culture, so that's why we're doing this. There was a CNN piece called, part of this show called This Is Life with Lisa Lane. And it was like, it was one of the better representations, but it still really felt flat because it was, instead of, it really suppressed the aspect of sexuality. It was like, we know what you've heard, and that's just not true. It's like, actually, I mean, maybe having sex isn't bad. You know, like maybe like having, you know, a complex relationship to your sexuality isn't bad. And they downplayed all aspects of queerness. They only showed like straight individuals pretty much. And then they also replaced, they still gave like, they interviewed one person and it was about her, how she had serious social anxiety. They interviewed one person and it was about how he was like abused by his peers in the military. And one person had like a physical disability. And so it became like, oh, it's for broken people. Well, yeah. And it's like, no, you don't like, I mean, yes, it is helpful for people getting away from certain parts of their lives, but like, you don't need to be broken to enjoy it, right? I don't want that to be like, a broken person. I don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to call the people in the special broken either, but it was the framing that they put onto it that I had a problem with.
What has drawn you to this particular character as being a furry?
Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania, so he's a white-tailed deer. It's a state animal, and I think about the deer as this like symbol of like the prize of hunting culture, which I see as, you know, symbol of masculinity in Pennsylvania. And I grew up, you know, like I've always said I'm an indoor boy. And you know, like no sports, thank you, and fine. And so to me, there was something like, I mean, this is kind of Freudian for me to like reverse engineer what I think I did as a teenager. But I think by becoming the deer, it was a little bit like, oh, you boys want the deer, like you want me, like, and then there's also something macabre about it, like shoot me, you know. Yeah, so I think there's like this kind of interesting, like majestic, cute, and also, you know, giant rats of the forest kind of thing that is fun to me. A different kind of masculinity. Also, you know, one that, you know, has the closest thing I can think of as a male menstruation cycle of, you know, like the antlers falling off, growing, some sort of cycle.
How did you come to find furry culture and feel like that was where you were supposed to be?
I found it as a teenager, as a kid who played video games, and then, you know, moved online, and I think I also didn't feel quite at home in gay culture, like especially in like, I don't know, all male kind of gay culture. And I say this not to erase, but as a personal anecdote, it's like there's not much of a bisexual culture in general society. It's very visible. So I think that it was a culture that has this kind of like embedded media saturated existence, and also kind of like a path not taken, you know, into any other normative gay culture. Normative gay culture sounds like punch me in the face. I don't know if that's a thing. But yeah, I mean, it was what made sense to me. I think it's a cultural phenomenon of society as we move into late capitalism and, having this, media is as real as the real world to me. That so that I can have an identity that is based purely in media and fiction, and yet have it still be my real self.
So you feel more comfortable in the queer culture?
In queer culture?
Queer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Staying on the outside.
Yeah, I go home to Pennsylvania for Christmas, and I love my family, but people don't understand my art, and they think that I should have a kid and be married by now. Sorry, I love my family. They're fine. They're not dumb, but they just have different priorities.
So your art incorporates the furry culture. Can you speak more about that?
Yes. I've been documenting my experience in the furry community for about a decade now. As a photographer, that's my medium of choice. And then in the last 3 or 4 years, I've moved more into self-portraiture and performance with the character, and kind of relating Atmos to the now, of like, well, why is furry happening now? This is my art. This right now. I think that there's something really powerful, about the figure, this kind of figure in performance, in that it is accessible in certain ways. It's inviting. Hopefully you can attest, right? Came into a gallery. Thank you. But yeah, it feels like it's kind of my lens through which I'm trying to interpret and deal with my reality. I'm cycling through some things that said towards the beginning at this point, but that this is escapism as a kind of necessary way of moving through the world, of responding to the world, because it's very painful to just be a person all the time right now, I think. Ooh, when that AC goes off, it just sounds like dead.
So going off of that, do you feel, is there a distinct separation between your furry self and your non, or is it more fluid as far as on a day-to-day basis? How do you?
It's okay. Jimi Hendrix is right for you.
Indistinct, I would call it. How much of my day, upside down, how much of my day is spent like this? A lot. Actually, my phone can tell me exactly how much. Probably about 4 hours and 21 minutes. Up or down some. So when I'm on my phone and I'm interacting in social media, hi guys, and I'm interacting with furry Twitter, that is me acting as my furry self. I don't put my costume on every day. I would hate it if I did. It's a lot of physical work. And then you have to wash them all the time. And then every time you wash them, you fall apart a little bit. Every time you brush them. We use a slicker. Do you use a slicker brush?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so every time you use, it's like a dog hair brush. And every time you brush it, you have fur on it, it's that's not going to grow back. It's entropy. You use them up. I'm fucking not answering your question. But no, it is not a clear distinction. It's something that I jump in and out of. But I think that's everybody. You code switch.
Sure.
Welcome back, guys.
Thank you. It's much more interesting than waiting an hour and a half for dinner.
Yeah, good choice.
Way cuter too.
Oh, thank you.
So where do you perform in May?
Where do I perform in May?
Yeah.
I'll have a show here.
There's a show here.
Yeah, in this space.
Tommy's Art. Or Atlas's Art.
Yeah, it's actually, I've been wondering
Tommy's.
how to title stuff.
Yeah, is it Tommy's Art or Atlas's?
I call it Tommy.
It's Tommy's.
I'm Tommy. Well, no, I'm Atlas. But, when I show work.
It's Tommy's.
Yeah. But I've been calling stuff like self-portrait as Atlas. And that feels kind of clunky and confusing. But then to just say it's a picture of Atlas makes it feel like it's not a self-portrait, so I don't know. But yeah, I'll have a show here in May. I'll also have a show in Albuquerque the month before. Wait, 2 months before, in March. But yeah.
Where in Albuquerque?
If you're talking about my other show. But AC Squared Gallery. Yeah. Yeah, you guys should come down for both.
Do that.
Cool.
How does the fine art scene clash with the furry scene? It is so incredibly different.
My thinking juice. Well,
yes.
I can answer first how, let's say, the photography scene clashes. For when I was telling Barry in the car, when I try to show my self-portrait work of just like, me like being Atlas as a being in the world, people need an explainer, or people requested an explainer. And if I didn't give them one, they're like, like, is that you? Like, they don't even know, they just don't know what they're looking at.
That's the point, right?
Yeah. Or people just like, I had one woman come up to my table at like the public, like open to the public walkthrough portfolio event at this conference. And she just like, she comes by and she just looks at my photos and she's like, so what is this? Adults pretending to be children? It's like, people tell me that sometimes.
You're Disneyland lead.
Yeah. So there's different sects, S-E-C-T-S, I can't say it, that respond differently. I mean, like, people in ecology are all ready for me to, like, be an animal and, talk about that. And ecology is part of the work, but it's not like the why of the work, I don't think. I don't know, it's novel in every other situation that I bring it into, for better and for worse. I've like applied for documentary grants, and I remember one time I got back, like the answer was like, it just didn't seem very serious or important. It was like, cool. It's like, I'm probably losing out to like pictures of poor people. Which I don't say to denigrate poor people, I say to denigrate photography. It's like, oh yeah, we're helping so much by making money off of their suffering. Screw you, National Geographic, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch now, so honestly, fuck it. But but at the same time, I do feel like I had a performance in this last year where I entered into this gallery space as Agnes, and kind of just like cold entrance, and people kind of looked at me like, oh, cute. And then I picked up a microphone and I recited a monologue that was basically like, every day I wake up and I go about my day and I wonder, you know, is this the day in which a man with a gun will come and shoot me? And, you know, kind of progress along that line of like, is this a deer speaking or is this a human speaking, right? And kind of drawing this connection until it ultimately, you know, like I made it clear to say like, I don't want to be, like, this is me, the person underneath, you know, talking about this. You know, I had a friend, you know, whose father was murdered in a mass shooting. And it's an inescapable reality for me. And, you know, maybe I can kind of empathize with the deer perhaps, but also just that like, I'm like, I don't want to fucking be a person anymore. And I think being this kind of cute and approachable and friendly being really helped to draw people in, and then kind of like, then I've already got them by the time we get to something that none of us want to think about. So it's useful. The end of my answer.
Now I understand something that I didn't in the beginning is that you're so cute and everything, but actually very subversive to the mainstream human culture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, I thought I was going to come in here and just sit on my phone for 2 hours. Cool.
You know that you sat here for 2 hours almost?
Is it, what time is it?
It's 7 something, right?
It's 7 o'clock.
Explains why I have to pee.
Me too. Well, you can take a pee break for sure. How do you?
Would you ask a normal person that?
Well, certain women wearing certain outfits,
I am fully functional. Limmy, did you see any of people responding to the picture of me shaking hands with the mayor of Santa Fe?
I did not. Where was it posted?
It was on Twitter.
I've been staying off Twitter. It's too toxic.
Hey, good for you.
It's just for the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone out here has been very positive towards it.
Yeah.
This was the best public suiting experience I've ever had.
Yeah, you were out sitting, yeah.
Just down to the plaza for like about an hour and a half.
It's really good.
And what kind of responses do you get?
It was just incredibly positive. People were happy and they just smiled. It was very.
Everybody's creeped out about who's underneath there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's just fake something. The fact that it just
is.
It just looks like what it is. And
Yeah.
take your picture and have fun. And
Yeah. If we did this in downtown Victory,
we'll be messing with you.
Horribly negative responses from every person.
So you've had hostile responses?
Yes.
Really?
Last time we went out, we got egg last time we went out. Yeah.
You got egg?
Yeah.
Oh my
Boulder.
God.
Boulder even. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it takes all times.
Yeah. I guess this is public sitting, but it's a controlled public space.
Public sitting is the best.
You like,
You never know it's gonna happen.
I find an anxiety inducing.
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like not so much that I never want to do it, but it's like hard work.
Yes.
Do you think it's easier if somebody is a character that people recognize, like Donald Duck or?
Well, you see, I've been on that side. I used to be Scooby-Doo.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
It's professional.
Professional. I got paid $6 an hour.
Yeah.
Oh.
$6 an hour is what he said?
Yes. And I would say it is more comfortable going out as someone you identify as yourself. Rather than like, oh, I'm Scooby-Doo. I like Scooby snacks. They're great. They're great. Buy more.
When I first see people always like, what are you? I'm like,
If you're a more abstract character, yeah, people don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Can you ask them the same question?
Yeah, who are you? Like,
Not who are you, what are you?
Yeah, you get a lot of like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, well, I'm having fun. What are you doing here? Sitting at a table. Can I sit down actually? How long have you been on the bed for 2 hours?
Yeah, about.
Long time if you're in bed by yourself. How long was the original piece?
How long is what?
The original piece, John and Yoko.
Oh, good question.
Oh, it was a week.
A week.
Yeah.
I would be.
So what we did is for a month, we staged it we did it from Thursday to Saturday, from 3 to 9 p.m. So we gave the community 2-hour time slots to stage a 2-hour bed of their choice.
You're Kelly?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
It's so serendipitous that you were literally just walking by. You're here tonight.
And can I tell you, so we had the last session, they were in bed, and we were talking about, actually it was sort of inspired or built around Elizabeth Kubler-Ross' death and dying, and so we were talking about some really pithy subjects, and one of the women in bed just sort of full stop and looked, and she said, I know but you gotta look out the window. Look out the window, and there you guys come by. And I said, oh, and I knew it wasn't you because I knew you were in the car with Barry on the way up here. And I said, that's just, and I thought maybe you had organized like the whole free convention to show up. And I got really excited about that. But I said, oh, but preview of what's to come, right? So it was very cool.
Super lucky.
Crazy.
Yeah, it is.
What are the chances?
That's what I'm saying. It's fate. It's super weird though, because every now and then we go on vacation and we find someone we know. It's like when you go on vacation, like somewhere you've never been to, somewhere completely out of the way, and you see somebody you know from somewhere, and you're like, how in the world? What are the chances?
So many connections.
That you're here. Yeah. That's what's nice about furry.
Maybe there's gravity also.
I think there is. I think there's something special. But we didn't have.
I don't think that we're here by happens. It really happens at Santa Fe this weekend was about to happen.
Are you wearing your fanny pack?
It's over there.
What does the fanny pack?
Oh, you always wear it. What is the significance of your fanny pack?
Well, you don't have pockets.
Have y'all ever heard of fashion?
Fanny packs coming
I mean,
back.
you're wearing this. No, you have a different designer for your fanny pack.
Well, I mean, I got it designed. Well, I didn't get it designed. I bought it from this. Yeah, I got it from this guy in Baltimore at like an art fair, and
Hunter Orange.
yeah, I know. I was just like,
You don't get shot.
And I've been looking for something to wear with my suit so I could keep like a phone and stuff. And then I was like, did you make it in any other colors? And he's like, that's the only one I made. I was like, perfect. One of a kind, yeah. Yeah. So it's like a seatbelt. It's a crazy design, but it's like cartoony, so it's perfect. I was like, you don't know how.
It's part of you at this point.
Yeah. I just got some shoes. I knew I wasn't going to wear any clothes, but I should have worn, I just got some shoes, some boots made for my suit that go over the hooves.
Boots with the fur.
So they're like kind of human style boots. That go
Yeah. So the boot goes inside of them. They have like an open toe, essentially. But it's not like big toe. But they've got like laces across them. They're modeled after Link's boots from Zelda. Yeah, so it's like that's like I think kind of a new thing is the like custom accessories for the characters.
Where are you looking out of right now?
My eyeballs,
Okay. Like the black, all of
You've
it?
got a black spot.
Or the black part?
all of it. The whole thing is windows. Well, not the white. Not
Okay.
yeah. So like, yeah, you probably weren't here when
You look like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, all of this is just a window screen, painted window screen. So it's pretty breathable, visible.
So is it easier to approach people as Agnes or as your person?
It's different. So I imagine some people are like, it's The Shining. you have kind of like superpowers. I mean, I can go up and tell someone their shirt's ugly and they like love it. And,
You're sort of exempt in a way.
yes, yeah. I don't like normally the rules don't really apply. But it's fun. I mean, like certain people won't give me, you know, like some people just would never think to have a conversation with me. You know, they pass by me like I'm an object, which I mean, I kind of am, you know, like I'm made of plastic. But it certainly is a step outside of societal norms. That's really fun to, well, sometimes fun to engage in. I don't know if I have an easier time at anything. Sometimes, you know, like I think, yeah, Barry, I met you.
You met me as Atlas.
As Atlas first.
Yeah.
And
In
then
fact, I didn't meet you as Tommy for quite a while.
Yeah. So there's that. I especially like, you know, if I go around a convention, even if I have a badge, you know, some people really recognize me like a badge that has an illustration of my character. It's like the furry way of doing it. I feel I'm self-conscious because you guys are here.
Don't be, we're just gonna tell everyone that.
But like, so you can go around with your badge, and some people are you know, friends of a certain level, but then like I go down as Atlas, and I will have like I took a self-portrait with my family with me. Picture, but they're supportive, but you know, but I posted that, and then I had someone come up to me when I was Atlas, and they said, I saw that picture, and I came out to my family as a furry. And so like stuff like that people have a relationship to Atlas, you know, in their head that not to discount it, but you know, like that's separate from any relationship to Tommy, you know.
I'm glad I met you as Atlas first, because now this is the second time I've met Atlas. Even though I think I experienced you as Atlas, but I can picture Tommy inside because I know what you look like.
Yeah, I've got my eyes rolled back and my tongue out.
but when I first met you, I had no inside. So it was really just sort of pure Atlas.
Yeah. There's a whole thing in the community of not taking your head off in public. You know, they call it ruining the magic. It's like seeing Barney or Santa Claus. Like,
I once saw Big Bird with his top off, and it was actually quite traumatic.
Yeah,
it really was. It was. I kind of was like I wanted to unsee it.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think
this was the real thing.
Yeah.
No, they were shooting.
It's just laughable that if there's a real Big Bird and a
I also felt like
there's
children
just a
could see
costume.
this. It was on the street. No, seriously, and my daughter could see it. She wasn't with me.
Well, yeah, Big Bird's funny because it's his real legs.
Yeah, but he had the leg. He had Big Bird's legs on.
Yeah.
But he didn't have
the top. The rest of it. 50% Big Bird. Yeah, and I mean, I think there's, you know, people don't like. It's not a hard and fast rule. You know, people take their heads off, and you don't like. Most people won't shame you for it. But there is something I think worthy about trying to adhere to that rule. I had a photo shoot with this fursuiter who is, you know, you would maybe call him like a secret suitor, in that he has like an online identity, and then the character has an online identity, and he doesn't, you know, make the direct connection between them. So you see the costume around, you know, oh, it's Rabertooth. Don't tell me if you know. And you know, and then there's some other guy who holds that character, and probably his close friends know who it is. But there's kind of a mystery to the character. So I just saw him as Rabertooth, and so I find this he's like a saber-toothed tiger with like purple and orange, kind of like neon colors and like a gold tooth. Very cute. And very charming too, you know, his personality. And I did a photo shoot with him. I invited him to my room. We took some portraits together, and then we hung out for a while. And then he left, and he like invited me to hang out. And I probably would have gotten to meet him, like the man underneath the costume. but I never did, and now I'm a little bit like, oh, fuck. But I'm also, it's kind of like interesting to just have that character be isolated and be himself to me. So yeah, it's a part of it. Do you think we should call it?
I think it's up to you, Alice.
I think I need to pee, and that's a good enough reason to call it. Yeah. Sorry. Well, did anyone? I'm happy to answer if anyone had a question they'd like to get a chance to ask.
I don't have a question. I would just say, I think it's hard to believe that folks now don't have a way to identify with you because, we have the internet, which pretty much anyone exists as an online anonymous person, and they say whatever they want to say, and it doesn't really trace back to them necessarily. So you're pretty much like the living aspect of that. And how do you not identify with you, basically?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that Facebook or Instagram are these spaces where it's like, I've talked about, I think a lot about how the internet is inherently disembodying. And so furry is an example of a way to recombobulate yourself online and make something that helps to add personality to interaction, right? And Facebook and Instagram are just doing the same thing, but you're truncating and remaking yourself as you already are. And this is just a potential way of okay, if I have to make myself up again, why not, do something that I can't do otherwise? Yeah. The internet. Thank you, everybody. Well, I'm not gonna be in front of you. I don't. Yep. I got it.
Thank you. There's some parts of it.
Yeah. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to see what's.
Oh, it's on? Yeah.
Oh, look, I have a picture of it.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. If anyone wants a picture, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting.
No, I'm not fine. I've been waiting.
Yeah. Well, I want to. Oh, thank you very much. There's nothing like
Yeah,
this.
sure, please, I can have it.
And it's.
What's
I just like it.
And if you want to post a picture online, if you want to share on Instagram or anything like that, like Tommy Bruce, UMMY, I'd love to see that.
We'll have two pairs of them.
Yeah, and then if you want, put your email address in our little book there. We don't just see too many times, but you'll get, you guys a couple of notifications. Show us if you're interested in down here.
Okay.
Martine's gonna have a show in
Not wearing my
January.
glasses, so I'm gonna take like 3.
We can say we're gonna pay.
I consciously was down.
I thought it's maybe two things working in its favor. It's an open-minded town.
Thank you, everybody.
Really to have it there.
We've seen it in small towns, big towns. That's the thing, if they're respectful, they don't treat you like objects. They just follow your tail or do whatever they want to do.
This is a human things I enjoy, just most interactions, even cashier interactions and stuff, there's a certain amount of part of it. That I really appreciate.
Good. Have you retired?
This is like the last.
Okay.
So I feel like it's like bittersweet or something.
Yes.
To do, so it's been exhausting.
social.
When you're
Social
saying
media
that,
is a whole-
So you like
when
play
you're
host
speaking
for like
projection, you could be
7 hours.
Yeah,
every
yeah,
day.
you're into that.
Yeah, that looks
Yeah.
not fun actually. I don't know how you're
Well, you
fun,
can-
but yeah.
Yeah, I'll come back.
I mean,
on that.
yeah, some of the performances.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, how have you been?
it's
Good.
I know.
You want me to
Match
go
going
No, the arm and the
We're really
photos.
excited. I'm just a side guy. More stuff, but.
I still haven't been in.
Oh, don't
There you
know
go.
about, no.
Really?
Oh, you gotta get.
Well, I mean.
Because I've heard like mixed reactions.
Well, it's-
There you go.
It's like about the Oprah and how it engages with gender and like
video.
shit like that.
Oh,
It's like,
God. Hello.
Turn that way.
I mean, there's one that is interesting, which is like, it's a video, but that's it. I feel like it's.
My team's went right back down.
Oh, understandable.
Yeah. We're gonna have.
So good seeing you two.
Yeah. I'll see you, I know.
Well, we'll make
I would-
Yes,
But
yes.
as far as
I'm
we
gonna
getting
back
back together, almost
I'm
every
gonna come out
Saturday,
for
like
the-
morning, so you can check it out, but
Yeah.
it's pretty much. I think that the new show should post it better. I mean, it's like.
When is the warm?
The new show, I think,
Thank you.
is about the border,
Yeah.
displacement.
I'll be back in like 10.
But I don't know a lot about the artists. I really don't know who they are, but let's hope it's better than this
Yeah.
one.
That's one of
Oh
ours.
my god, that's recording too? Oh my god.
Don't end it. No,
Yeah, don't
so
put that.
muted.
They would fire me.
Martin, I'm coming back.